Excelente. Excelente. There we go. Alright. Oh, fucking Christ. Whoa. That was loud. Didn't expect it to be that fucking loud. There we go. Oh, Dios mío. And again, she replied with a winky face. Wait, what? I'm a degenerate. Well, you can't just, like... You can't just, like, you know, continue whatever you were just talking... Like, you have to start from the beginning here. Like, so you're talking to a trans girl, and you told her to shove her trans dick down your throat, and what happened from there? YouTube censor me. Oh, well... Rephrase it. Okay, so I at least established that part. So she did what, and then replied with a devil winky face. See, at least, you know, this one, I guess, is more okay with it, because, it's just one of those things where, depending on who you're talking to when it comes to that stuff, they might be okay with it. She told me... I may have told her to push me against the wall and spread my... Oh my god, you want a trans woman to dominate the fuck out of you. I see what's going on here. Well, go forth with it. Do it. Okay, there we go. Go doggo. You didn't have to admit that. Well, good. At least you are willing to admit it. Good little ball. They give it a short walk and now he's all sleepy again. Oh, never mind. It looks like he's actually kind of awake. What are you doing? You're just like staring at a corner. Your face directly in the corner. A little weirdo. She's too far away, sadly. I mean, how far away? I mean, we talking like, you know, like what? Like Portland far away? Or like, you know, the next town over? Like, what are we talking about here? Across the state? Louisiana? Oh, drive up there. Come on. Can't be that bad. Ain't about to step foot in Louisiana. It can't be any worse than Alabama at this point. Besides, you might as well get some trans dick while you're at it, since, you know, like, I mean, it's, you know, you got it only a few months before you leave. Louisiana is what we Hicks say, at least we ain't like that. Yeah, but then y'all look at Florida, and including Louisiana too, and say, at least we ain't that. So, I mean, honestly, like, all things considered, I don't know, man. I just hedged my bet to say Florida would be way fucking worse at this point. That's just my opinion. Louisiana makes you give your ID to look at the hub. Doesn't Florida do the same fucking thing? I'm pretty sure Florida does the same shit. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's a few of these conservative fucking states, and well, southern states too, that also are doing this shit, or at least proposing it. Not yet. So, Ron the fascist hasn't done anything yet, but they have something in the works. Well, of course they do. I mean, they're obviously going to. But speaking of which, I do have some stuff we should look at today. I got one big one, but I also was thinking about maybe a couple other like smaller ones that we might be able to check out if we want. I haven't seen anything like that kind of stuck out, but I figured okay, at least be a few things. But there's one big juicy one I want to look at for today. I was already talking about it earlier on my lunch break, so it's not exactly breaking news. Might not be around for the next couple days. Oh, well, what's going on here? What's happening here, bruh? Gotta do the closing on Tuesday, celebrate once we get the money. Oh, well, that's fine. Do what you gotta do. Bob. Get me away from the bar, and that's why I say I might not be here. Well, like I said, you gotta do what you got to do. Don't worry about it. See what other little things we can look at before we kind of get into the big thing, if there is anything. That's your 30th birthday present. Oh, to pay the thing off? Wow, that'd be nice. That'd be cool. Oh shit. 3 states are moving to potentially disqualify Trump from the presidential race? Oh. I mean, that would be kind of interesting. That certainly is going to, I mean, that certainly is definitely going to, make it way harder for him to win. Make it a lot less likely. But I have a feeling that'll probably make his supporters a little more violent. Please, Mom, give me nearly a G for a frivolous thing I could have bought here for cheaper. Oh, are you realizing that now? Is that an admission? Is that like an overt admission? Because like $850 is how much your mom could have spent, getting the PS5 right off the bat on its own. Just saying. Cause honestly, I mean, no, it's not, Lamau. Yeah, it is. Cause damn well you probably could have just waited until your mom, and to ask your mom's like, hey, I want a PS5 for my birthday. And because of everything going on right now, you would have gotten one. I mean, is this an admission? This is an admission! Oh, if only Rip, Rose, and Mornax were all here, dude. Oh, especially those 3. Oh my god, I would love it. Oh, we all know what they're going to be saying right now. I just saw a PS5 at Walmart earlier today. Oh, and, wow, there you go. Oh my goodness. See, like, that admission. With half the memory of the one, I might add. Well, if that's the case, then you can get, like, you know, additional memory. Like, I'm assuming you can get, like, you know, some sort of, like, a memory bank thing for it, right? I'm assuming that would be a thing that could be done. I would hope. For an extra 200? For an extra 200? Ugh. Well, it still will be cheaper than the way you're doing it now, wouldn't it? Just for fun. Where's that little, what did I do with that thing? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I need to get a PS5 camera and mic. Well, if you... Okay. So, it basically would be one that is more bare, but, you know, and over time you would have to add things. I mean, that's not exactly that big of a deal. So, yeah, actually talking to PS5 streams. Yeah, fair enough. Here, pull up a little something long-term music walls. Yeah. Let me look at. Yeah, oh, look for the Reddit. Let's see what's going on for Reddit today. PS5 controller acts like a base mic, but I don't like how it picks up everything in the room. I don't need mom here. Didn't make mom here and yell at me for tea. She like beckons you for tea. She's like, "Could you please give me some tea?" Oh wow, we're off to a banger already. The fuck? Ping pong? Blatant transphobia. That's too permanent, you'll regret it. A tattoo. Gender affirming clinic. As if they're comparable. Those are not even remotely comparable. Like, plenty of fucking, like, okay, whatever, I don't even think that's merited of a response. Mom's me tattoo. I still need to fucking get one already. I mean, honestly, like, I've been talking about it off and on, like, all fucking year, and I kind of made it at least, like, my only New Year's resolution to do it within the year. I just need to fucking do it already, damn it. I just need to seriously just goddamn do it. I'm gonna ask around about that with some friends that have gone to one before. See where see which one's reputable and good. Another was an artist at, like, a tattoo place not too far from here that does pretty good work that one of my coworkers has gone to work from, but I don't know if they're still working there or not. I'll have to ask her. And if not, I'll see where he is, because I might just go to that guy just because then I can get, like, hey, I know buddy, and it's like, and that's why I'm coming over here. They referred me to you, and might actually get a cut, because from my understanding, sometimes, some artists might do that. If they get, if a buddy that's, like, repeated customer to them refers somebody else, they usually might give them, like a, like a first-time discount, like, oh, cool. Cool for checking me out and getting your first tab, blah, 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 so. I'll see. Because I definitely want to go to ones that are actually, like, worth a shit a little bit. Like, I don't want to go to just, like, any random one. I know a couple coworkers I've gone to a few places to get tats, so I'll just ask which one's, you know, a good one. OMG, no. OMG! What's up? What is this? What do you think of this? Take that school uniform should be mandatory. Fuck that. Right off the bat. Government mandated school uniforms is the only way, to be honest. You shouldn't be allowed to accessorize beyond what the state tells you to wear at school. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh my god. That is that's kind of freaky, dude. Fuck that weird shit, bro. That's like some goddamn, like, North Korea shit. Like, fuck that, dude. Hell no. Like, I mean, let people wear whatever the fuck they want. How about that? The rats in Baldur's Gate 3 started eating corpses out a while. You know, in Red Dead Redemption 2, that happens as well. Same thing with, like, vultures and crows. They'll actually, like, kind of pick at the body. And actually, like, if you also go back to the body, like, before that totally starts happening, the bodies will actually be bloated. Like, from all the gut bacteria and all that shit, you know, kind of starting to do internal decomposition and shit. Like, there's a lot of interesting things that kind of go on with, you know, with some of the, decay mechanics with games nowadays that are actually really fucking cool. From my understanding, at least for Red Dead Redemption 2, like, some of the developers that were more specifically teamed to deal with all that shit legitimately have had to go for therapy and shit just because of how fucking brutal it is. I think same thing for, like, the Mortal Kombat developers, because they had to get, like, all the crazy, you know, fatalities, you know, kind of at least accurate when it comes to, like, the destruction and gore, you know, and stuff. So you can imagine they've watched a lot of probably fucked up shit to, you know, kind of, you know what I mean, like, you know, get the details right. So it's just one of those things where it's like, some, you know, people go at lengths to make sure the details in the game are fucking good. You know, and really detailed, even to the point where you don't necessarily notice it unless you actually kind of like, oh, and just kind of notice it. It's just one of those things where you don't notice until basically you notice. You know what I mean? Like, because you basically are used to seeing everything else that's already kind of overt, so those tiny subtle details become and start being more noticeable. But it's pretty cool. If your cats talk to animals, speak to the rats, say thank you for the food. Nice. And sometimes they mark treasure on your map. Really? That's pretty cool. That's actually a really cool little side detail. Here, let's see what. Is there really not that much on the Reddit at the moment? Makes talking to animals worth it. Dude, talking to animals, no matter what, would be worth it. Like, if I had an ability to talk to animals, I think that'd be cool. Because why not? I'd be like... I talk with Zukov all the fucking time, dude. I'd be like, what's up, Zukov? He'd be like, what's up, bro? Dude, would he be having little chit-chats and just hanging out like homies, dude? Instead of him just sleeping over there like a little butt because he can't understand me, like, him and I would be chit-chatting all the time. And they bring you random things. Hell yeah, dude. See, that's what I want. The day that, you know, like, a dog can somehow, like, understand us or some shit, or we can understand them, would fucking be pretty immense. I think also question the recent dead, but only corpses you didn't personally kill. Well, yeah, I'm sure if you killed a corpse, it would probably be, or killed, well, okay, that's redundant. If you killed someone and they're a corpse, and you try to ask them something, they're gonna be like, fuck you, you killed me. Why should I tell you anything? Like, this seems kind of self-explanatory. I suppose unless they knew it wasn't personal or they asked you or something, it's like, yeah, please kill me, or something. Yeah, people who personally could react poorly and, to speak to dead spell. Well, I figured. I mean, unless it, like, I could kind of, you know, see it maybe, unless, like I said, if you get, like, you know, I know, you know, like in Elder Scrolls and, like, in Skyrim, how sometimes you might have an orc, at least in Skyrim, like, there will be a random counter, you can find an orc, it's like, I'm an old man and I don't want to die of old age, will you, you know, kill me honorably in battle, please? Like, he begs you to fight him, basically. You know, and I always like to give the orc, you know, his honors, you know, basically, be like, alright, I'll kill you, sure. You know, like, so, you know, because he's, like, begging you, he's like, this is just kind of part of how I am, and you know what, I'm too old to give a fuck about, like, doing my own thing, you know, this is all I know, so fuck it. I'm too young, you know, I'm too old to, like, you know, start a new trade, so I'm just gonna, you know, go the honorable route with that one. Or at least, you know, how at least orcs, you know, in Skyrim, or at least in Elder Scrolls, you know, view of their culture and stuff, so, I mean, you know, I just kind of, yeah, I imagine, like, you know, someone like that might be, like, okay and be fine with talking if he's like, well, thank you for doing, you know, me something honorably. I will, you know, actually, if anything, like, you know, will help you with that. You know, it's like sometimes it might actually help you just as much as somebody else would. I'm assuming that mechanic isn't really in the game, but but I don't know if, like, if that's actually, in there already, and it's just like a character you haven't met yet, or what, but I like how everyone is fantasy bisexual. Doesn't that kind of show how much, like, queerness is, like, been normalized? Like, how much, like, queer sexuality, like, when it comes to bisexuality, pansexuality, you know, homosexuality, you know, and being trans, like, all these things, or even being androgynous and non-binary, like, all these things are, you know, becoming more normalized to the point that, you know, it's starting to genuinely reflect, in a positive way, I mind you, like, you know, in our culture. And I say at least positively because there's obviously, like, the rainbow capitalism, like, kind of woke, scoldy, liberal bullshit, you know, element of things, you know, for sure, that I don't think is positive by any real metric outside of the fact that just the virtue of it being, I guess, highlighted, I guess, you know, which adds to the normalization. But it kind of adds, like, I don't know, like a little, I guess a sting, I suppose, with that, because, you know, like I said, with the whole, like, rainbow capitalistic kind of, like, moderate, like, you know, liberal, woke position aspect towards it. However, though, there's, like, a genuine positive, like, woke, you know, leftist element and liberal element to this, where just the fact that, like, you know, just like the virtue, like, if it being there, it doesn't necessarily really do one thing or the other. It's just there, and they did it well to where, if anything, it actually does add to the game. Like, we saw this with, like, you know, with Tears of the Kingdom, we're seeing this with Baldur's Gate. I mean, we're going to see this way more. I mean, we saw this Cyberpunk. I mean, and it was slowly but surely already kind of being implemented in games already. Like, Saints Row kind of was doing this a little bit. You know, they even had overt furries in that game. Like, they have fursuits that you can wear and shit. So, I mean, it's like, these things have definitely been, like, slowly but surely, like, I'd say, like, video games in a way have definitely, like, helped, you know, I think shift, you know, the normalization in a positive way when it comes to, like, queer normalization. I mean, at least, you know, from my perspective of things when it comes to this type of stuff, because it seems like the stuff that so far, especially, that is very heavily, like, acclaimed and respected and loved, you know, are, you know, these games that, you know, do have these elements in there, and sometimes it might be kind of overt, sometimes they're just there, and sometimes it's just, like, you know, maybe a more of a niche thing that's there, but nonetheless, it is there, and anything adds to the flavor of the game in a positive way. And thus, you know, it kind of leaves, you know, the person not necessarily realizing it, but feeling a little, like, having a little bit more of a positive outlook, you know, to people that might potentially be queer, or, you know, trans or non-binary, or whatever the fuck. I mean, even if they don't still totally get it or anything like that, I mean, I don't expect that to be the case. But just because they can at least maybe attribute, you know, fictional characters that they look at positively and think, oh, well, I probably like that or something, it must be cool. You know, then it just, you know, it does a lot in a way to kind of help shift, you know, how people, even if they don't get it, you know, broadly look at people that might, you know, potentially not fit within the, you know, heteronormative sphere of things. So, I mean, all in all, I think it's just, like, broadly, you know, just, you know, I think a positive, and I think it really kind of shows, in a way. I mean, you know, because also, like, sometimes it's just so benign. Like, a Starfield is not even really, like, a major point in the game to have any of this, like, sexuality in it. But then you have that one dude going, fucking pronouns! Gender ambiguity! You know, Western Media Company! You know, freaking the fuck out, going unhinged mode. Like, I mean, over the fact he saw that you can choose your pronouns, and then he freaked the fuck out later, you know, saying that it's affected everything when it came to talking to a trans character in the fucking game. It's just like, he had a meltdown over this shit. And it's just like, I mean, you're gonna get more of that for sure, but if anything, the fact that they freaked the fuck out like that just means it's just a lot of comedy, at least for us. Because, dude, that shit was top tier content, dude. I still watch that every now and then, laughing my ass off, bro. Because that shit is just too fucking good, dude. Like, it's just too good to not watch it at least a few times. I don't watch it every day, but, you know, every now and then, if I'm feeling a little like, I'll just go back to that guy and just, like, start bursting. I just burst, dude. Comes are gonna. I wish I denied friendship moments about the romance system. I wish you could just be friends with someone without losing access to moments. Because if you do all the romance stuff for a character, you unlock special perk. Powers you up, unlocks you out of other romances. Well, don't romance every fucking character all the time, then. I mean, honestly, it just seems like Baldur's Gate 3 is just kind of like a weird, mixture of like, hey, we're gonna have like a fantasy roleplay game thing going on, but low-key, we kind of got a porn going on too. I mean, so I don't know, man. It's one of those things, right? Like, it makes me wonder what the hell's going on. I'm not. Well, I don't. Well, see, I don't know. I don't have any basis to go off of this. My half-elf sorcerer is dedicated to his moon priestess, and my paladin is obsessed with orcosy. Damn. Oh, we got... Want to see some Nazi memes? Teachers when I was a kid. I hope everyone had a good recess. Now it's time for math. Teachers now. Capitalism is bad, communism is good. Now let's talk about gender fluidity. I mean, what, you don't think both happen? You don't think both can be a thing? Because you do realize that a lot of schools have multiple teachers, where you have multiple periods in the class, or in the you know, like in the school day, where you have different classes. Like, so you might have some teachers like, all right, let's get into some math and English, and then you got some teachers like, all right, let's get into, like, you know, social arts and, you know, gender fluidity and whatever the fuck else. I don't know. Like, I mean, it was, so what? Oh shit, there's a musk. There's a muskrat. This is actually happening. Oh, and most parents don't even realize it. Oh. No, it's not. It just simply isn't. Oh my god, he's fucking Nazi filth, dude. I had a couple commie teachers. Did you actually? I never had, like, full commie teachers, but I definitely had teachers who were certainly more lefty-leaning. My dad have a closet socialist as a history teacher in 11th grade. Dude, I had some, kind of a mixed bag of teachers. Like, I had an ecology teacher. Dude, I loved him, dude. He was so eccentric. I think he was kind of like a quirky, you know, radical, like, you know, maybe not like a full-on socialist, but certainly definitely a rad lib. I don't, you know, I know, he was actually kind of, he didn't really openly say it, but he was certainly implicitly anti-capitalist in a way. Like, I think he might have been a socialist, honestly. I mean, legitimately like a socialist, but just kind of very quiet about it. He did make you study Eugene Debs in death. That is a based fucking teacher, dude. That is some good shit. Fuck yeah. Where'd the music go? Whoa. There it is. Old man reliving old days, I think. Well, at least, you know, he's doing it, you know, for a good thing. He was 85 plus years when you knew him. Well, you know, so he's probably not alive anymore, but, I mean, you know what, at least he was, you know, reliving the good old days in the good way. If he made you study Eugene Debs, how much do you want to bet he probably, at least, you know, was alive? He probably was alive. Well, honestly, I know he was alive during his time. There could have been an off chance, you know, that he probably might have met him, or maybe, like, was affiliated with people that were connected with him, or at least, you know, were very influenced by dude, probably. He was bored during the time. Well, so his dad, probably. So his father might have, you know, been very heavily influenced in part of the labor movement, and maybe he was inspired by that. But I know my ecology teacher, though, he definitely was certainly a closet socialist for sure. But he certainly was like a really good like eccentric character. Like he always had like this like, you know, kind of like this almost like kind of Dr. Evil-esque kind of like thing going on in a way, but it's good though. It was like, it wasn't like, you know, a bad thing. It was just like, yes, here, let me show you this big old thing and show you the real cool stuff. Ooh, here, let me show you some extra eccentric stuff that led up to what we see now. Like, he was just such a quirky dude, man. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, in a weird way, he was like a chaotic good guy, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got chaotic evil, chaotic neutral, and chaotic good. He was chaotic good. Like, I mean, it's hard to explain with that dude. He was just a quirky dude, but in all the good ways. Like, I really distinctly remember this guy being just such a cool guy. He really cared about the environment and stuff like that. He was like a really big advocate about like talking about that stuff. His dad was a union rep. So there you go. If his dad was a union rep, then he certainly was influenced by shit like that. So this isn't about what I posted necessarily, but the reply I got into it. I think, oh wait, pumpkin spice season is the only time I wear my whiteness on my sleeve. Speaking of pumpkin, I just toasted 2 peanut butter, pumpkin butter sandwiches with banana cup almond milk. I too am remarkably white in the season. Wait, where'd you get into it in here? It doesn't say if you got into it or not. Is this it? Or are you just talking about like how much you got into the pumpkin? Reply of hell yeah. What? But something I think that would have been taken the wrong way. Yeah, that would have really been taken off in the very bad way, dude. That would have been really, 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 really bad. You would have been clipped, shipped, and canceled in a nanosecond. All milk peanut butter, so true. Dude, all milk peanut butter actually does sound kind of good right about now, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why, but it does. Though I am a sucker for sweet things. Baseball. Wait, what? Oh god. Oh no. Cow's milk has long been a symbol used by white supremacists? Huh? Wait, what? No, it hasn't. That is just that can't be fucking real, dude. Well, it's PETA, so of course they are. They're serious. Oh my fucking god, dude. That is That is, I don't even know, what? I don't even know, dude, like, what the fuck? That's not even true. Wouldn't it be the opposite? Because, like, white supremacists like Carl Benjamin, you know, would, like, fucking get milkshaked? Like, Andy No got milkshaked. Like, these right-wing dipshits get milkshaked. You know, milk-shaked? Milk's in the name. It's like, you use milk for that. Like, if anything, milk's the opposite. Like, what the fuck? Doesn't even make sense. Peter was the original woke scold. Yeah, they really were. Holy fuck, man, they are genuinely annoying. What's so stupid is that, like, you know, there are certain elements about, like, the animal industry that they critique that are certainly meritable, and I think are valid, but they take it to such a weird fucking extreme level. And also they're utter hypocrites too, because a lot, you know, they do a lot of euthanations, and, you know, a lot of their facilities tend to be rife with fucking abuse and shit themselves. So they actually are over fucking hypocrites on this issue anyway. So it's like, I mean, in every metric, even what they supposedly advocate for, they are not what you think they are. I mean, we already know what we think they are when it comes to their fucking woke scully bullshit. But when it comes to what they claim to advocate for, they are the exact opposite. Like, they're pretty fucked up, honestly. It just sucks that they are genuinely, like, considered by some like an actual legitimate organization, or don't realize how fucked they actually are. I'd okay be milkshaking them. If they think it's white supremacy, then let me get my milkshake ready. I just gotten into analog horror called Urban Spook. I'm not gonna go to link because such mag it's legit fucking service of you at your own risk. Well, send it to me on Discord or something. Dude, you say legit fucking disturbing? Like, how bad? Because I have seen and read some pretty fucking crazy shit before, man. I'm not even kidding. Like, I've heard some pretty crazy fucked up stories just from listening to some of these true crime interrogations that are on YouTube that, you know, some channels analyze stuff. Like, there are some crazy fucking things, man. And I'll look up these cases while the video's going on, because he'll show, like, crime scene photos that are censored, and morbid, curious me is curious, of course, so I go try to see if I can find it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, I can see why this is morbid. There's one story I'm not even gonna get into, but it involves a mom who got overtly fucking psychopathically religious and, you know, thought she was seeing demons and straight up, like, legitimately, like, fucking, like, killed her baby. I'm not gonna explain how or why, or, well, why is the religious element, to be fucking frank, let's just be honest here. But the how part is just insane. In the interview, like, when the fucking investigators were interviewing her, like, the lack of emotion and the lack of care and just it's actually fucking legit disturbing. Legitimately fucking disturbing. Like, I mean, just full on. Just look at the thumbnail. Where is it? Oh, here we are. Oh, that's not disturbing, really. Dude, that thumbnail isn't even remotely close to disturbing from shit I've seen before. Do you ever hear stories like that and get so angry you can't think straight? Honestly, yes. There's, like, times where I get so mad, I don't even, like, I just kind of pause the video, I'm just like, holy fuck. But I kind of bring it back, because I'm like, you know, not in and of itself, but the actual story. I mean, well, some of these stories, at least the ones that I've, you know, and the ones I've read up are legitimately true stories. Like, they're, like, you know, from interviews and stuff, like, in, you know, true crime shit. So they have happened. And honestly, like, for the ones that I don't read about or hear about up until, like, a little later, and realize, like, oh shit, like, I mean, these fucking people, like, dead ass, like, you know, did that crazy shit and all that. It's just like, whoa. I mean, there's a part of me, especially for certain stories, where I'm just like, a motherfucker like this won't last like 2 seconds with me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, no, seriously. Like, in the, you know, sometimes in the moment when I start hearing this shit, I'm just like, oh, hell no. So I not get emotionally attached. Well, the thing is, for me, it's not all the time. Sometimes I'm just, like, kind of so shocked because of, like, of how shit like that could have been prevented. If sometimes I honestly get mad because of how shit could have been prevented. Like, I mean, so many of these stories are, like, there are, like, so many, like, red flags that lead up to these things that it's just, like, this shit could have been prevented. Like, the story of the crazy religious mom and shit. She was technically on probation, wasn't allowed to see her kid and shit like that. It's actually a fucking, like, a pretty long story of that case, specifically. Like, but, like, you know, there was a lot of things that led up to that situation where it's like, everything about this could have been prevented. It's just like, and, you know, sometimes shit like that's what makes me more mad, you know, in a way, because, like, this person wouldn't have, you know, done this thing that they did if, like, the actual checks were in place. But, you know, this is like you know, it's like kind of a crazy example of, like, how this type of shit slips through the fucking cracks. And then there's, like, true crime interviews where they'll show, like, some of them from these mass shooters and shit. Those ones, I get mad at them specifically. Like, there's one of Nicholas Cruz that's, the full thing is available, like, the whole interrogation and all that shit. It's available on YouTube, and honestly, like, on one hand, it's kind of fucking pathetically sad because this kid was like, legitimately, like, basically one of his, like, escapisms or his outlet was weed. Like, how he felt like he didn't feel like he wanted to, like, harm himself or others was the fact that he smoked weed. Like, that made him feel comfortable and not, like, in a violent state. Like, even though Florida is a heavily illegal state, and funny enough, even the interviewer or the interrogator, it was like, you know, like, considering what the fuck you just did, honestly, you know, it would have been worlds better if you just tried to, you know, go out of your way to find weed and smoke pot. Like, I mean, even the cop was telling him that. It's like, you know, like, shouldn't let him have his weed. I mean, in a weird, funny enough, he still would have been probably a weird Nazi fuckwit, but he probably wouldn't have been violent if he just had his weed, bro. I'm not even kidding, in a weird fucked way. That doesn't mean I, like, ain't mad at him and wouldn't, like, wish ill will on him because he was a fucking piece of scum still, but it just kind of shows, like, if certain things, you know, like, you know, legalized weed across the board in this entire country probably might have prevented that in a weird fucking, like, way of hindsight. I mean, maybe not totally, but it's kind of interesting when you hear, like, and it's actually a legit part of the interview. I'm not even fucking kidding. You could go look it up. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, if we just had a system where legalized marijuana was a thing, I mean, probably wouldn't be, you know, so close to that situation where he felt like he had to act out the way he did. I mean, maybe ideology still would have taken over, but, I mean, who knows? I mean, it's just one of those things of hindsight, and it's kind of fucking, and shit like that's what really more or less annoys me and pisses me off more than anything else. Because it's just like, I mean, that type of shit, I mean, it just shows how much, like, a lot of these, you know, problems in our country, whether they are mass shootings or when it comes to crime or whatever the fuck, I mean, there are so many things that show that, you know, a lot of these things, especially the more, like, uniquely egregious cases, like, they're still preventable. Like, you know, that's, like, the one big kind of bow that I notice of a lot of these, like, true crime things, is that, like, so many of these things could honestly, in a weird way, be easily prevented if we just weren't in the fucked, you know, system and paradigm in the way that we were in. Like, I mean, just these basic, you know, like, you know, really at, like, I guess worse liberal standards, but at best, like, progressive, you know, social democratic standards of, like, you know, universal health care, like legal weed, you know, like, you know, like heavily invest in mental health care and shit like that. Like, I mean, you know, all these different things, you know, could legitimately prevent a lot of these fucking problems. And we don't realize that shit. Well, maybe we don't realize it, but we, like, have a lot of us have been conditioned to think that it's just not achievable, or we're just so uniquely exempted from those solutions or something, so we just can't do them or whatever like we just can't do it. And as far as I'm concerned, it's just fucking excuses. It's bullshit. We shouldn't have to be, in this situation where like these uniquely egregious, crazy fucking crimes happen because of someone's mental health, or because, if they had a bag of weed, or whatever the fuck, it's just like, I mean, it's just, it does, like Rose saying, sometimes it just makes you kind of like so angry and so like, what the fuck about system, and you can't necessarily think straight. Cause like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It's like, it's because I wanted to at least react to maybe one of these like true crime things at some point, but I mean, it's like, I know part of me is just gonna get kind of mad at it, like at some point of the thing, not necessarily because of the crime itself or anything like that, but just because like of how much like that type of shit can be prevented, and being like, wow, like how could have this been prevented? Like, holy shit, like I mean, the answer is not, it's just surely like too hard to understand. Every time I like cast hands on my wounds, medicine. Wait, huh? Gordon Balls get 3 faith feeling works. Well, until it works here, I'm going with medicine. Yeah, until it works here in the real world, I think I'll stick with modern medicine. Now here, UFC fighter Charles Rathke cursed out Australian crowd of a homophobic slur in post-fight interview. This guy being a twit. This guy being a twit waffle. Huh? Where's the audio? Where's the audio? Boy, is that quiet?
You faggots up in the fucking crowd. Come down here.
Oh, that.
Get up, you pussy ass bitch.
You faggots up there in the crowd. Why don't you do something, you pussy bitch? Well, why don't you do something, bitch? Well, I guess you probably, could do something, to be fair. But, like, what? What's up? What, you want a dick in your mouth? Because that sounds like it was what you want. You want a dick in your mouth. Sounds like some might be insecure. What the hell? Perfect response. Just gifs. Just ridiculous. Just goofing. New boot goofing. Oh my god. Okay, Reddit knows what's up. Yeah. Yas. DC's like, yeah. It's about telling him if you can't say that, but he just snopes out of there. You can't say, but realize if the fighter starts an interview with someone like that, it's not worth continuing. Yeah, no shit, yeah. I mean, he just kind of was like, nah, I'm done. I'm out.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Charles Rathke.
Yeah, he's just like, no, I'm done. I'm out. Give it up for that guy, I guess. Sure, yeah, cool. Oops. What the hell's playing? Yo, Reddit, what are you playing? Stop it. Ah! What are you doing, Reddit? Don't do that. That's scary. That scares me. Refund hours. A serious illness being committed by someone known as a painter who will leave their victims in most states. Major spoilers, but I can see why many people aren't wanting to cover the series because it's, oh yeah, and they'll leave around paintings and killings. Damn. Well, that sounds pretty brutal. Bro, not bro, Phantom, what the fuck? I mean, goddamn, dude. I get it, but like, the like shit is morbid, and that's another true crime thing, that we're all like up about right now. But yeah, guess you ran into the park. Wait, what happened at the park? What happened at the park? I'm curious now, dude. At least the stuff I saw was fictional. Talking to balmy as soon as possible. Heat wave next week. Oh, another heat wave? Fuck me, dude. Oh, dude, he ran into Mormons? Well, that's surprising. Oh, speaking of which, dude, there was some random USMC dude who was trying to recruit me, dude. It was so weird today. He's like, hey, my job's here to just kind of talk to people, and, you actually kind of look like a good kid that, like, be a Marine or something like that. You ever thought about joining the Marines, blah, blah, blah? And I was like, I thought about it years back, and I'm like, nah, not anymore. Kind of, settled on, potentially maybe thinking about some other shit. And frankly, I just kind of I was bullshitting him a little bit. I mean, but like, because he was like, oh, well, what do you think about getting into and stuff like that? You got like career path, blah, blah, blah. He just like started putting me on a spot out of nowhere. I was like, okay. It was pretty friendly enough, so I was like going with it, but I was like, thought they target like 18, 20. Yeah, that's what I was thinking in my head. I was like, he asked me how old was I. He's like, oh, wait, high school like 8, 9 years ago? How old are you? I'm like, oh, I'm 26 now. I'm just turned 26. And he's like, oh, okay. I thought you were, he actually did say, he's like, hey, well, you're looking pretty good for your age. I thought you were younger. I'm like, well, thanks. I mean, I just got the baby face, I guess. So, I mean, it's just one of those things where I think he just thought I was younger, so I think that's why. But obviously, so he eventually tried to see, it's like, well, you got, like, career path, blah, 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 because, sometimes, depending on, like, what people's traits are, we can help them get into, like, other programs and this and that, because we know a lot of people that are into, that are in other industries, like from forestry, firefighting, this and that. Now it's like, well, I've always thought about, like, maybe, forestry stuff, like, maybe National Park Service work or stuff like that, which I've generally have thought about before. So I just kind of threw that out there. It's just kind of some random, kind of partially a bullshit answer. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, we definitely know a lot of, programs, ways and even trade schools that could get into that and stuff like that, that we could get you, for the door a little bit, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, okay. And, so he kind of pressured me to be like, hey, you got a name, number, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, okay, I'll give it out there. And he said he'd text me or something about it, and because I guess his office is in Oregon City, which is literally just like literally the next town over. So, I mean, if he does, I mean, I guess I'll see if there's, forestry options. Because honestly, legit, I've thought about it, and I'd be kind of curious into it. If there is, like, an outlet for it, fuck it, I'll pull the trigger on it. But, I mean, I'll have to see if, like, there's, like, anything kind of worth it. I'm at least gonna just look at it and see if it actually is kind of worth the fuck. But, whatever. It was definitely kind of interesting, though. Like, he never got anything either. He just, like, was talking with me. I guess he just, like, saw me, sized me up, talked with me for a little bit, and that was it. Like, because I mentioned, it's like, well, I don't know if there's, like, any other courtesy workers around here, because they tend to be a lot more younger, fresh out of high school in comparison to me, and I don't know what their possible, like, futures or what they want to do are, but I'm sure maybe one or two of them might be possibly curious, who knows? He was like, well, okay, I'll ask around a little bit, so, and I did see him walk around the store a little bit longer, you know what I mean, so I kind of thought that was a little interesting. He was like, damn, this guy's ripped, better try to get him to join the Marines, and funny enough, I'm not even that ripped. And, well, and the funny thing is, too, like, I did actually, in high school, did legitimately consider it, so, like, I mean, everything I was telling him in my conversation wasn't necessarily really, like, incorrect. I mean, I was still being truthful with him. I was just kind of taken so off guard, so I was just like, what? Just like, okay. Because he told me, being like, hey, what's, like, kind of your main, like, like, kind of career goal right now? I'm just like, I want to kind of get more into maybe, like, union organizing, kind of get more further with, like, the Carry Union, or maybe, like, with one of the newer up-and-coming ones, stuff like that. And he just kind of went, okay. He just kind of went, eh. But I mentioned, it's like, but, outside of that, I don't know, maybe, like, something like, maybe potentially, like, manufacturing milling, maybe, like, lumber milling, forestry stuff. I just kind of started pinballing random bullshit, and as soon as I started narrowing it down to something like forestry, it was like, oh, well, hey. So he was waiting for a buzzword I was saying, and I was like, oh, I probably should have just sticked it to, like, union organizing or some shit. But either way, I mean, he seemed like a pretty chill, nice guy, so, whatever. I mean, if he actually does have, like, outlets to, you know, maybe find my way into, like, National Park Service or some shit like that, I mean, I actually will fucking at least, you know, check it out and be like, alright, I'll go see what's about. Fuck it. I mean, it doesn't hurt to at least go check it out and see what's up. I mean, it might generally not be something I'm totally going to be into, but I don't know. I mean, I might. We'll see. I guess we'll see if he actually follows up. I guess because I'm not, you know, like, looking to be recruited to the Marines, so to speak. You know, I don't know if he is, but, I mean, you know, he did jot the number down, so. Got National Park with an opening for you. Well, oh my god, whatever. I mean, the thing is, at least for me, I generally would actually go to, like, you know, work at a national park or something like that. I totally would be a park ranger. Like, why the fuck not? Just me and Zukov out, you know, in, like, Mount Hood National Park or something, just chilling out there. Dude, like, just saying, especially for Rip, who's in here, like, dude, you know you'll get the hookup when it comes to, like, you know, hanging out. I'll be able to tell you, like, the good spots. You know, I'll even try to organize times like, hey, can I post up at this, you know, park for a little bit, you know, or something like that, or maybe even switch with another region and be like, hey, you want to switch, you know, spots a little bit, got some homies there, you're going to come up this way for a little bit, I want to hang out with them for the weekend. You know, some shit like that, like, it, I mean, because honestly, my mom used to know a national park guy that used to work at Mount Hood, and we get fucking hookups on the yurts, because his national park that he was, the one he was at specifically had yurts, and he'd give us, like, a fucking major discount on that shit. So, and sometimes he would have, like, a way to have, like, a little voucher for, you know, having a free night, where it's like, hey, you know, as long as you stay one night, you know, you can come in and out pretty quick, and no one's gonna care. You know, it's like, because he, you know, like, he knows us and all that shit. So, I mean, I'm just saying, and my dad used to know a park ranger back when, you know, he was my age, and same shit. So, I'm just saying, there's perks with that. There comes some perks with knowing a park ranger. Get to get away with a lot of shit, too. My dad, especially, him and his buddies, when he had a park ranger as a buddy, holy fuck, they got into a lot of mischief that you normally would never be able to do. And every time, you know, like, they would call in complaints, you know, his buddy, who's a park ranger, would be like, oh, yeah, I'll go look into that. Yeah. And then, well, he wouldn't, because he's a part of it. He would just, like, you know, give him the assurance, like, oh, yeah, I'll go check it out, wink. What are you talking about? Did you know Mommy stuff in one year? Wait, what? I couldn't go to a national park. Too many people like me go missing there. What are you talking about? What? Did you know the moment you step foot in one, your chance to experience skyrocket? National parks on average have as high as 10 times the missing rate person as anywhere else, and as our chances, like, I mean, okay, like, I mean, bro, like, just because, you do realize there's a lot of national parks in Oregon and Washington, right? Like, the Mount Hood National Park, you wanna know how many times I've been there? At least probably, like, once a year. I go there all the time. Obviously, I'm right here. Because Bigfoot's like, oh, we have missed you, Venom. Yeah, Bigfoot just adopts Venom. That and Blue Apron. That's a TikTok. Is that even gonna operate? Is that even gonna work? Should have read this, but the comments mentioned. And wait, glitch in the Matrix. What's going on here? This is ridiculous, but I'll be fine my intent. So I was looking at a phone, so I don't know. It's in the edge. Look at the impressive phone. Look back and I was like, yep, whoa, nips. I looked away from my phone for a minute and I looked back at the phone. Absolutely no pokies were shown, none. I scrutinized the photo for like 2 minutes. And there were no disturbingly hard hips. I can't believe I was on the sensor of it, so you're probably not. Wait, what? Cleared for warmed up by then? Nips in the Matrix. A nipple in time. A glitch in the memories. Glitch in the my tits. Tits in the Matrix. Tits a glitch for sure. If it makes you feel less weird, see, but I once posted a glitch about 2 pieces of parsley. Still can't explain what could have happened. Huh? So once I saw the piece small. Oh my god. Glitch in the Matrix, I'll tell you what. What the fuck? Tits in the Matrix, dude. It's just down bad. Do you think the same guy with the Ernst profile? Yeah, maybe. Probably. Think our boy's just down bad, dude. Missing 411 while we were missing person cases come out of national parks. I mean, hey, I'm not like saying that you're, you know, like just saying bullshit, but I mean, like I want to look at like, you know, more than just like, you know, missing 411. I want like actual like, you know, like broader federal data, like, I mean, like, where does it happen the most? Like, it's like, cause this thing is like when it comes to that, like, I'm sure a lot of that is compounded due to maybe somewhere like Yellowstone, because Yellowstone's a very big national park. And there's certainly, like, you know, people have gone missing and some crazy stories and some weird shit that's happened in Yellowstone. So I know Yellowstone probably, you know, makes just right off the bat, like, I mean, it to me is something that, like, you know, would, you know, like make, you know, a lot of this data. Like, you know, somewhere like Mount Hood National Forest or some shit. Like, I've been there. Like, I go there all the time. Yeah, there are people that do go missing out there, but, I mean, it's not exactly, like, a hyper-common occurrence. And, in fact, a lot of times, usually it's because, like, they veer off a trail or they fall off a cliff or a cougar gets them or some shit. It's usually because of some other hubris. It's not exactly common because of, like, you know, some other nefarious thing. And also, when it comes to missing cases, does that mean, like, someone veering off the trail or, like, you know, maybe, like, succumbing to the natural wildlife and stuff like that? It's not hypercommon. It's an elevated rate compared to, say, urban areas. Well, there's far less people in rural areas, and especially in places like national parks. You know, so, yeah, that would explain it. I mean, but at the same time, at least, like, there's other variables that play a role. Like, are these missing cases, like, criminal investigations, or are they possible, like, cases where, you know, like, you know, human error or animals might play a role? Look at cases where animals and human error are not obvious answers. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, because national parks are meant to be natural refuges, you know, or refuges, like, you know, especially when it comes to, like, the local, you know, environment, right? Like, so there's obviously going to be protections on the different wildlife that's there, especially ones that might be predatory. So it's like, I mean, it's one of those things where obviously, like, I mean, there are definitely people that might even take advantage of that, but I mean, I don't know enough about it. So, like, and also, like, I just think you're probably overthinking it. Like, yeah, it's a thing, it happens, but, like, I mean, there's, like, you know, like, a lot of this type of shit is, you know, something that usually happens due to, like, other criminal aspects. Like, someone like you or me are probably not going to be going missing unless we decide to veer off a trail and, like, we fell down a cliff and broke our leg or something. I can't hear and so make it 3 miles. Well, see, that's case is totally different. Like, that sounds different because that's a home invasion where obviously whatever the fuck that was something personal, and, you know, and that kid was probably doused in gasoline and killed, and in a very fucking horrible, egregious way. But that is, like, probably, that's a home invasion. Like, that person didn't go missing in, you know, or, you know, in a national park. They went missing because they were abducted from their home. You know, like, so, like, and also, well, they were a baby too. And also, why is there a baby by themselves? A drop from a huge fall. Oh, so a kid died from a huge fall. So, Well, then they probably tried to burn the body then. It's still fucked up. But either way. Like, I mean, obviously, the kid must have been taken from their home. Couldn't figure out why it was burnt. Probably to try to hide the evidence. Just a random guess. Whoever, killed the kid probably was trying to, hide the evidence and say, hey, they were probably, thought that instead of burying it, maybe, cremating the body would probably work or something because it's so small. But, I mean, I'm just taking a random guess. I'd just be far more humane and just bury, the kid. But I wouldn't fucking kill a kid either. That's fucked up, so I wouldn't even be in that situation. Neighbors reported UFO sighting that night too. Oh my god. Okay, so now there's like conspiracy theories behind it. See, now I'm starting to be very skeptical of shit like this. Like, I mean, now you're starting to interweave some shit that just immediately makes me skeptical, because now we're starting to delve into conspiracies. Like, UFOs are now involved in this. Like, oh my god, give me a break. Obviously, like, whatever happens, somebody had a very personal vendetta to the family of whoever, was the parents of that 2-year-old, abducted a kid, killed him by dropping him off a cliff or off the top of, some, very tall height, and then they try to, cremate the kid as a way to hide the evidence, which I guess they worked enough because they weren't caught. Like, I mean, so, like, that's likely Occam's razor is what the fuck happened. Like, the idea of UFOs or anything like that is just insanely silly. Mr. 401 never explicitly says aliens or paranormal stuff, but they look at cases that aren't obvious like that. I mean, well, they kind of do, apparently. They do, evidently, at least implicitly, go into aliens and paranormal shit every now and then. And if that's the case, then... Like, that's like, it kind of leads like a level of skepticism in my mind now. Like, I mean, making a poor case from just watching the damn documentary. I'm just saying, man, like, if delving into weird whack-a-mole shit like that is a little, it really starts adding a level of skepticism to my mind. Like, this is why I just want the raw data of this shit. I want the actual, like, numbers of, like, the national parks themselves. Like, like how many missing persons cases are in each national park and on a national level across the board. Like, I just want the raw data. Like, I just want to look at the data of this shit. Like, random little specific anecdotal cases that, aren't solved and stuff like that isn't necessarily going to change my mind one way or the other. Like a federal website link or something that just shows, the specific data about it. Which I'm sure, like, the website's going to go into, like, all missing persons, shit. Organized and elevated missing persons compared to other states, only ones with more, California, Alaska. Probably because of the Cascade Mountains. I mean, and probably the coastal mountain region, if I had to take a guess. And Eastern Oregon. Honestly, Eastern Oregon especially. There's a lot of open spaces out there in Eastern Oregon. Not a lot of people. Especially in the southeast of Oregon. Like, there's not fucking anything out there. There's like fuck all. I mean, so... Honestly, especially in like the Cascade Mountain ranges, like there's a lot of nooks and crannies, a lot of places to hide, a lot of places to... hide shit in general. Like, it's, there's a lot of little hiding holes and stuff like that around here. The thing is, though, I mean, I also know of, like, this tiny little stretch. I remember we talked about it, I think, on stream one time. A while back. Like, a while back. But there's, like, this little thin stretch of land that is, weirdly enough, under, like, 3 or 4 government jurisdictions. And because of that, it's called, like, the murder strip, or, like, or something like that. And basically, the whole thing is that, like, this whole strip is basically, most of it is within, Well, actually, all of it was essentially part of the Yellowstone National Park. So because of that, it's under federal government jurisdiction. But some of this, strip is also within Wyoming, and some of this is also within Idaho. So, like, there's this little weird strip that is, like, in, like, multiple different... I think a little bit of it's also in, like... What's below Idaho? Nevada, I think? No, Utah, right? I don't know. I forget which state exactly. But, like, it's in, like, 3 different states. It's on federal land. So, it's, like, there's 3 to, like, 4 different, like, governmental, like, agencies that technically have jurisdiction. And because of that, there's no real, like, court process. There's no, like, actual, like, county line. Like, it's a weird mess where, like, if you were to hypothetically kill somebody or some shit out there wouldn't really be a way to actually, like, process you necessarily, even if you were technically caught. It's a little fucking weird. It's kind of crazy in a way, honestly, because there's been a lot of cases and a lot of bodies that have been found out there in that very specific little strip, because some people have taken advantage of that little loophole. In most of those cases, did certainly go unsolved. And it's a little creepy. I mean, it's like, so, I mean, like I said, it's not like I don't disbelieve that this shit happens. It's just like, I just want to see the raw data of it, because I'm sure, especially when it comes to, like, regional, like, when you see, like, the regional cases of this, I'm sure, like, certain areas are going to be highlighted way fucking more in comparison to others. So I want to see, like, an actual, just, like, full-on, like, national, like, data map about this stuff. So I'm sure, like, honestly, it's, I'm sure, because the data will say for itself in a lot of ways. And I think especially in the more, like, Midwestern states and some of the national parks that are out in, like, especially Yellowstone, like, those places tend to have more of a highlight of these type of cases. It's not like it doesn't happen anywhere else, but I mean, it's just from my assumption from these things. Or just have an elevator risk. I mean, is this an actual video about all this stuff? Is this like a breakdown about it? This is just a trailer for the fucking, like, documentary. Just give me, like, a breakdown or, like, an article or something. Like, instead of just, like, one document, like, you also realize that documentaries also have, like, a certain level of, like, bias that they potentially have, right? Like, they have, like, a certain premise that they're usually, enforcing. Sometimes it's a good one. I'm just saying, like, like, it might, construe some of the data into a way where it makes it way worse than it actually really ought at, where it actually really is. Because it might not actually be as bad as it is. Not like it isn't bad, because it certainly is. It shouldn't be a thing, it shouldn't happen. But, I mean, I'm just saying. Organs, UFOs, strange sightings in North... Oh, dude, okay, what? Oh my god, whatever. Dude, I've also seen that video before. Like, oh my god. I mean, dude... I don't, like, most of these UFO things are just, like, I don't care enough, unless there's, like, overt, actual proof, like, I mean, I'm just like, someone wants to be so serious. Well, I mean, because, why so serious? I don't know, because, I mean, we were talking about a serious topic. I'm just saying. And besides, you're the one who freaked the fuck out over the fact of, like, this started because I was thinking about being maybe like a national park ranger or some shit. And you're like, oh, I would never step foot in one. It's like, bruh. Like, I mean, okay, whatever. We've gotten really far afield anyway. Do you see these scars, Ignore? Do you know how I got them? My daddy gave me these scars. Oh my god, okay. Alright, we get it. We get it, Joker. Here. You know what? I say we has Okay. I thought, oh, you two making a full screen for me? Alright, hold on. Alright. I think we've had enough Lola gagging. Let's get into this fun little thing we're gonna delve into. Or at least what I want to delve into. Just being a bad boy. You're being a very bad boy. Yes. I just kind of had a little pink eye moment. Yes. Anyway, so I was listening to this at work. So, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of know some of what's gonna be hitting up on this bullshit. Spicy debate with Beyond Joy Gray. With Kyle and Crystal. And I'm not gonna lie, like, I wasn't paying attention to everything, but the very heated moments, I was paying attention to. I was like, whoa, fuck. Dude, like, because this shit gets legitimately serious. Because it is like in a fucking hour, like, we are going to do a playback speed of 1.25. Just so I'm just a little bit there, I tell you what. So it ain't like egregiously, horribly long, and, you know, we're here for like 8,000 hours, you know, react to a thing. So. But, dude, this shit though, I'm not gonna lie, it like, from what I was especially hyper tuned into, it was some good shit. I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, so I'll put this right off the bat. And I was saying this even earlier on my lunch break. I don't really know or care that much about Beyond Joy Gray. Like, I mean, as far as I'm aware about her, I don't even really like her that much, you know, from what I do know of her. Like, I mean, she seems a little, like, kind of suspect, a little, in some ways. But, you know, just for the sake of this, I'll give her, you know, a benefit of the doubt. You know, just on face value, because I haven't really, like, deeply delved into really any of her content. You know what I mean? Like, I've kind of seen her shit, like, kind of secondhand or third hand. And, you know, so I'm not going to, like, you know, make a strong, you know, consensus on that just off that. But I have my suspicions, at the very minimal. And no, she's not a DNC shill. She's actually very much the opposite. She is quite the opposite. She is nowhere near that. She is, like, somebody that loves the Democratic Party and is, like, you know, not a part of that whatsoever. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say she's like a Jimmy Dore type, you know, at all. Like, she's not even close to that. But she's certainly, I don't know. Like I said, I'm a little suspicious about her. Like, she's certainly, like, one of these, like, disenfranchised Bernie-crats, because she was the press secretary for Bernie Sanders during his campaign, or one of his campaigns. I forget which one. I forgot if it was, like, 2016 or 2020. But one of his campaigns. And, like, and after that, she kind of got disenfranchised. And kind of start parodying a message that I kind of, frankly, at least in some way, I feel like it's not exactly great. But, I mean, you know, because there's, like, some elements about her that are just like, oh, well, I'm willing to concede to the idea of, like, a Trump candidacy if that means we can, you know, light the fire into DNC's ass. Which, to be fair, I've even, like, kowtowed or, like, kind of played around that idea, but honestly, that was kind of before, like, 2020. Like, that was, like, during 2019-ish shit. Like, I mean, after 2020 with Jan 6 and shit, I was like, no, fuck that. I ain't playing around with that bullshit. I am not playing around with that ball no more. So, it's like, my dog ain't gonna be hunting those woods anymore. Like, so, like, I made sure my dog got out of them woods. Like, because I was not going to be, you know, about kowtowing that fucking idea, considering the insane literal fucking coup that happened. And because of that, it just makes it very goddamn abdominally, like, you know, very elemental to me, you know, to make sure that he doesn't fucking win in 24. So, like, I mean, just right already off the bat, like, that's just like, I mean, fuck that guy. Like, there's no way in hell he should be anywhere close to fucking power, like the way, you know, he attempted to usurp. Like, I mean, because of how much of a demagogic, fascist, shitbag parasite that he is. So, I mean, off the bat, it's like, I mean, that already kind of gives me suspicions about her. Like, because is she naive or is she downplaying shit? You know what I mean? Because that's what it makes me start wondering, you know, but I don't want to get too deep to it quite yet, you know, because we haven't even started, you know, but I'm just kind of, you know, putting my general mindset about it. and that's just before even really watching this, because there was even like I think Vosh even talked to her at one point. I think he did. And honestly, she rubbed me the wrong way even then. So it's like, because on one hand, there's like sometimes where she will be agreeable, and I'm like, yeah, okay. And your idea and strategy is, and it's like that doesn't really come out. Like, and if it does, it's just like, basically, well, fuck it. I mean, essentially in a nutshell. It's like, yeah, well, fuck it. But anyway, like I said, let's not get too deep in our analysis before we even start on this shit. So, let's begin.
Everybody to a special edition, I say, of Crystal Kyle and Friends. Not only is it Crystal Kyle and Friends, it's also sort of like a dual thing going on. We got Brianna Joy Gray in the house, and this will be on her channel as well, the Bad Faith.
Oh, whoa, man, you know, like everyone's looking pretty good here. I like it. Everyone's got some good shit going on.
Definitely.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, she does kind of look like an Imperial officer in her casual dress uniform instead of the full-on uniform. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me.
Looking forward to it. So we're going to discuss Cornel West's campaign.
Oh my God, Kyle! You are always looking like a '90s boy band guy. You just look like the one that's doing the interview, but you're now doing the interviewing. So it's like, God damn it, Kyle, you '90s boy band wannabe. Just start a boy band project already. You know you want it. Just embrace it.
And I just want everybody in the audience to know, because I don't know if we've said this before, that he's been invited on multiple times and he just hasn't come on yet. And we just go all the way back to when he launched. Mm-hmm. We invited him on. He hasn't come on yet. Will he eventually? I don't know. Up to him, involved in his court.
And we had him on before.
We had him on before. Yeah, before he announced his campaign. I mean, we're going back to when the People's Party thing launched.
Right.
We invited him on all the way back then too, and just haven't heard back or anything. But I just don't want people to think we're debating Cornel West. But Crystal and Kyle are refusing to talk to Cornel West. We'd love to talk to Cornel West. We want to have him. We'd love to have him on at any point in time to discuss anything and everything.
I'm sure he's probably busy with all sorts of other shit. So I mean, I'm sure he might eventually get on the show.
Campaign.
It'd be kind of cool to listen to it
a little bit here. And so I want to lay out what my position is, and then Bree, I'll turn it over to you, and you can respond to it. And Crystal, you can jump in at some point and say what your position is.
We'll go through all the things.
We'll go through all the things. So here's my, first of all, in the Democratic primary, because I'm a registered Democrat in New York, I will be voting for Marianne Williamson. Very happy and proud to say that. I'm the chief Marianne Williamson bro out there. I'm leading the charge. Now, in New York, I'm in a safe state. So would I vote for Cornel West in New York? Yes, because I have a 95% agreement with him on policy, and I think it would be nice to get the Green Party in a position where so
Kyle was basically kind of mentioning that in the primaries he'll vote for Williamson, and in the general he would vote for West, which for me is kind of where I'm at right now. But I'm starting to kind of maybe reconsider that, at least with the NLRB, with Biden's appointees, with that being really good, especially when it comes to labor advocacy and especially the rising tide of that. Because a lot of reason why that tide has been rising is because of that. So, I mean, that's, at least there's, credit where it's due on that front, especially. So, I mean, whether it's him directly or not, but, I mean, there's still plenty of work to do. It's not, just simple. It's oh, he has good appointees at an agency somewhere. I mean, it needs to be definitely way more than that, but I mean, that's just at least, how it stands for me right now. I mean, I feel there's probably going to be some other shit he's going to be dropping, because, I mean, he's been kind of doing this a little bit. There's been, little bits and things here and there that have been kind of dropping, occasionally, that have been at least, albeit incremental, but at least somewhat alright, or at least pretty good, or at least, for the recent LRB ruling, fucking amazing. So it's I mean, there's some sprinklings here and there lately. So, I mean, granted, it's how a lot of these administrations do things, when it comes to re-elections, they'll have a little burst of shit they do at the very beginning after they're elected, and then there's a couple years of shit really not happening. If anything, just kind of stagnating and we're getting worse a little bit. And then as things lead up to the next election, for the re-election aspect of things, then shit kind of starts ramping up and stuff starts happening again. That's always been the fucking pattern with American politics, which is bullshit and fucking annoying, but that's, hey, I mean, at least, with this, kind of ramping up of doing shit again, has actually been genuinely there's been some good shit. I mean, I ain't gonna beat around the bush of that. There's been some pretty decent good shit coming from it.
more viable because we get ranked choice voting or something. It'd be nice to grow their popularity a little bit. And when we get ranked choice voting, I think they kind of automatically become a lot more viable. So I'd like to help out in that process. But if I'm in a swing state and it's Biden versus Trump, I'm at the point now where I don't even think it's a tough call. I would definitely vote for Biden because either in that situation, even if other people are running, either the Democrat or the Republican is going to win. And in my estimation, Biden has definitely passed what I would describe as my bare minimum purity test. And I think if it's him or Trump, or even him or DeSantis or anybody, he just blows them out of the water. And so I think I'd happily vote for Biden in that instance. Your response?
So I similarly was voting for Jill Stein in New York in 2016.
I did the same.
And I also happen to believe that strategically it makes the most sense to apply pressure to the Democratic Party by voting for not Biden in the primary. Marianne Williamson is obviously the most progressive candidate in the primary, and then vote for Cornel West in the general. And I know there are a lot of people in my audience who are frustrated by that plan because they think that it takes something away from Cornel West's run, or...
By the way, things don't get heated yet. They get heated a little bit later, so there's going to be a little bit of this just kind of casual back and forth for a while, just saying.
From the Democratic Party in some way to vote for Marianne Williamson running as a Democrat. I don't feel that way. I feel it's a little hypocritical to have that position, given that we all just enthusiastically voted for Bernie twice in the primary the last 2 rounds. You can make a distinction saying that Bernie was an independent, and he always identified as an independent, and Marianne Williamson doesn't have that kind of cloak of distance from the Democratic Party. You can say what you want. I don't see those things as mutually exclusive in the least. So that is also my plan. I differ from you only insofar as that I would say it's a more difficult choice in a swing state to decide what you're going to do. But I frankly respect people who feel comfortable. It has not been something that I have to contend with, but I respect people who feel comfortable voting third party even in swing states. And the reason is this, and it goes back to that early bad faith viral Noam Chomsky interview, in which I asked him about...
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with it so far, but I mean, swing states, I do think it probably is a little bit more memorable to do, at least consider the whole like lesser two evil thing. I do kind of consider that a little bit. Just I'm not in swing states, so I don't really have to think about that. But if I were to be in one where I know, like, you know, in a lot of elections, even in like midterms or special elections, it kind of flip flops a lot. Like, I mean, I definitely would be considering things like that at least a lot more. You know, to be like, all right, well, how do I at least kind of try to solidify it more as a blue state? Because then that at least helps in a way. Make it, you know, easier to try to push maybe at least on the Green Party side of things, you know, when it comes to like that whole third party vote thing. Because at least in Oregon, for example, at least in some like, you know, municipalities or like counties and shit like that, you know, every now and then, I mean, there are some like, you know, Green Party members that are in, you know, those type of like county-ships and stuff like that, because a lot of them tend to be nonpartisan. So, you know, the party isn't actually necessarily listed by their name, so they can be Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Green Party, whatever the fuck, and it wouldn't matter really that much. So, you know, in a way, that actually kind of gives them a little bit more recognition to potentially help them kind of give it a leg up, even if they potentially, like, you know, do more of a coalition thing where they might run as a Democrat, but are still technically maybe like a Green Party member or some shit like that. Because a lot of, at least in Oregon, that's more of a possibility, because like, for example, like Jamie McGlow Skinner, she ran as a Democrat, but she was also a member of like the Working Families Party and the Green Party as well, like, you know, working in solidarity and coalition with them too, you know, when it came to that. So it's something that, at least especially in more solid states, it's easier to do things like that, especially at least in more blue states, because it, you know, it like usually those states are more accepting of those type of things, you know, where you can kind of do like in a way more localized coalition building, where these third parties actually have at least a little bit more of a localized viability. That's why local elections matter a lot, because like, especially when it comes to, you know, these third parties, I mean, the way they can at least get some sort of a foot in the door with these things is on that local level, you know. So I mean, it's, you know, that's where I think, you know, a lot of that really has some merit. So I mean, especially in those sweepstakes, I think, you know, it definitely matters a little more, because obviously if it goes more red, you know, then the less likely those possibilities, you know, are going to happen. In fact, way less so. It's going to end up being more of a shithole.
Before the 2020 race. Look, I said, I take your point. Let's say Trump is an existential threat. Let's say that he's a unique threat among all...
He is. See, this is why I have suspicions of her, because she says things like this.
...candidates.
He literally is.
My concern is that every year, because we all vote for blue no matter who, because most Democrats vote blue no matter who, or most left-leaning people do, the message that gets sent out is that Democrats don't have a bar. You can go as low as you want, as close to the Democratic Party as you, Republican Party as you want, and there's a ratchet to the right effect. And Republicans know that they can keep being more and more extreme. And so I want you to explain to me what you predict to be the stopping point at which we're no longer saying this new Republican is the worst that has ever happened. This new Republican is the worst that has ever happened. Tell me you're not.
Okay, so here's this is where I kind of have at least a slight issue already. Like, when, it's the vote blue no matter who can stop because of the rat face stuff, which I actually honestly agree with. I do, believe in this sentiment. Like, I agree with that. Absolutely. Like, honestly. But, like, I mean, honestly, at least when it comes to especially more swing state areas and shit, like, I do think there's a validity of, like, especially when it comes to the existential threat of Trump and his fucking cult of MAGA fascist freaks. Like, I mean, whether he, wins or loses, it doesn't even really fucking matter on that one. Like, it's really his fucking batch of fascist, occultist, militant psychos that are the problem, because they're going to be the ones that are going to be trying to push for his success, and they are very openly militant about, and very bloodthirsty on their advocacy of this shit. It might not necessarily be Trump himself, but he's causation of that shit, which makes him the existential threat in this case. So it's like, I mean, it's not necessarily just something to beat around the bush with. It's a serious thing. It's a legitimate, thing that's a problem, and it needs to be stopped for sure. So at the very minimal, if there is any validity to the lesser two evils, where it's gonna stop with Trump, like in my mind, because because if you at least nip the bud of this whole MAGA cultist shit, and they basically are just kind of left headless, without any leadership outside of some Congress nutball like Matt Gaetz or Marjorie Taylor Greene or some shit. They pretty much got nobody at that point, and they are broken, when it comes to their power of organization. And a lot of these, old guard GOP types are going to be kind of glad, that that's going to happen. And then they're going to be glad that, business as usual is going to get back in order, so then they can, try to, neuter some of their fucking more militant, radical extremists and shit. I mean, they're going to be happy for that, because, you got someone like Trump, not fanning the fucking flames anymore. So, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's just I mean, to stop him, does help nip the bud of this fucking uprising of fascism. I mean, because unless, some other very influential, figure, rises up, that is kind of an heir, so to speak, to him, then, it ain't gonna, it's a now or never, basically, for them. So it ain't gonna go anywhere after this. If they, I mean, or at least for quite a while. So, I mean, at least when it comes to the whole, lesser two evils argument, it stops with him. Because after that, then there's at least more of a, all right, we can kind of try to start, figuring out how to, get our party more left and shit, so we can start getting some shit going for us. Like it should have been, frankly, a long time ago. Because that needs to be the fuck case, obviously, now, and that doesn't mean we don't do that. I mean, we still should be doing that. But, I mean, it's, there's also this fucking looming threat that, needs to be addressed as well. I mean, it's what, we can't have a two-pronged approach? You can have a two-pronged approach with this. You could still have these criticisms and still say, and even still withhold the vote and say, hey, if you can continue to do more, at least in some cases, Biden's administration has been, at least in some elements, and continues to do, some pretty good shit, at least, that even for me is kind of throwing me for a loop, then, there will be a lot more people that would be willing to vote for you, because then you're offering them something. You're giving them something to vote for. This, like I said, this whole recent NLRB thing, and really just the NLRB with the Biden administration in itself right now is something that I could look at him and say, I could vote for you for that. But it's just one thing. He has to do a lot more, obviously, but, it's a pretty substantial thing, at least for me, especially when it comes to, a lot of my labor advocacy and stuff, right? So it's it's something good, not enough, but we're getting on that road. I mean, it's we're on that path, but he's got to keep chugging it. He's got to keep trying to spin the pedals on that bike, instead of tripping on it. So it's something that he's capable of doing, and it's there, but he's doesn't go far enough like it should be. But hopefully, there can be a little bit of substantial change from that, and I think there might be. But we'll just have to see. That's kind of the shitty thing. We have to just kind of wait and see what other little surprise, he has for us.
Saying the same thing about Ron DeSantis or Vivek Ramaswamy or whatever other person comes down the pike. And he was unable, in my subjective view, to respond credibly to that claim. So if somebody could tell me strategically what the stopping point is going to be of making this argument of the lesser of two evils, I would be open to the idea that, okay, this is the last one. Donald Trump, fine. He tried to steal the election, fine. That is a new line that he has crossed. But absent an acknowledgement that we are creating our own destiny by lowering the bar in these ways, I'm not comfortable coming out and criticizing anybody who no longer wants to be complicit in that kind of a system that's enabled the Democratic Party to not have a primary, treat Marianne Williamson as badly as they've treated her, treat Bernie Sanders as badly as they treated him, and openly come out and say they don't have to hold a free, fair election. The DNC argued that in court,
So let me explain a little bit of my position.
Which I agree with, which is a problem of our duopoly in our capitalistic paradigm. That's kind of the problem there. Because both parties are upholding to the, capitalistic paradigm, and they don't want anyone who's critical of that rocking the boat. That's kind of the fundamental problem there. Which is, why I kind of agree with some things that Beyond and Joy Grace saying, but there's just really something off about her, dude. You know what I mean? There's just something off. There's... I don't know. Especially when she started getting heated up and shit, it just kind of really made me start to think a little bit. And I'll bring it up once it happens, but there's just something about it. It's because on one hand, yeah, I agree on some of these aspects of things. Especially when it comes to the DNC and when it comes to the Democratic Party, especially backstabbing Bernie and just basically snuffing Marianne as much as possible before she even can really try to get off the water, basically. It's just all these little things are absolutely agreeable for sure, but it's one of those things where it's do you just say fuck it and just say, oh, third party no matter what, or do we at least try to challenge this in every metric, including challenging at least some of the more progressive leaning Democrats that are in the party with the whole progressive caucus, and especially our more local electorates. That's there's a strategy to this that can actually be fruitful, you know what I mean? But I don't know if Beyond Joy Gray is an advocate for that. She sounds like she kind of is to an extent when it comes to certain things, but she always has some stuff that she wants to fall back on, and it kind of annoys me. Would you go to movies with me, or would that be gay? I go to movies with my homies. What, bros night out going to the movies? What, is that gay? No, it ain't. When I go with my friend Harley, it's a little gay, but outside of that, no.
I think that'll help respond to some of what you said there. And I'm also curious to dig in a little bit more to your analysis of how the Biden administration has actually been in reality. So last election in 2020, I did live in a swing state. I lived in Virginia, still live in Virginia, registered in Virginia. And it did not feel good to vote for Joe Biden, but I decided to vote for Joe Biden, which is something I said publicly at the time. But I said something very similar to you, which is listen, this was not easy for me. If you, wherever you live, swing state, not swing state, etc., you do whatever you analyze is the right thing to do. And the reason that I voted for him primarily at that time, even though I thought he had an atrocious record in the Senate, even though, complicit in the Iraq War, complicit in bad trade deals, complicit, NAFTA, terrible things on crime, all that stuff, right? The primary reason I voted for him was because of the National Labor Relations Board. And because labor politics and building out union power in this country, to me, is one of the most important goals. And something that...
Base Crystal. Hell yeah, solidarity, Crystal. Hey, you know what? Hey.
We all share and leftists generally believe. Now, in retrospect, not only do I feel good about that vote, he's actually surprised me. Now, I've got all kinds of issues, right? On the National Labor Relations Board, though, specifically, they just issued a ruling which could be a complete game changer for unions. And just to explain to people...
It is. No, it absolutely fucking is. The ruling that they changed has been around since the fucking 70s, even before Reagan. He just kind of helped solidify shit like that. You know what I mean? So the fact that it changed, a precedent, of 40 plus some fucking years is insane. And that is genuinely a fucking game changer right there. Like, that is going to help, like, spike up this whole, like, tide of labor into a level that I don't think we're really gonna, see, like, possible for a long fucking time. It'd be a long time since we would see some shit like this.
Basically, in the past, bosses could union bust with impunity, no accountability. Now, the process going forward is completely changed. If bosses are caught union busting, then that's it. There's no more election. It's canceled. They have to recognize the union and start bargaining with them.
Yep.
That's the biggest shift in labor relations we've had in our lifetime. So that's why at this point, I'm not only, it's likely to, I'm a Marianne supporter as well, but we can all see the most likely outcome is it's going to be Trump versus Biden. Not only would I say that protecting the Biden National Labor Relations Board isn't important enough for me to vote for Joe Biden, but it is important enough that I would actively encourage, I'm not going to shame them for whatever they decide to do, but I would actively encourage people who are in a swing state to vote for Joe Biden, if for no other reason than to protect that board. So,
I mean, at the very least, I generally agree. I mean, for me personally, I feel like you would have to do a little more than just that. Like, there's, like, student loan debt relief, which he's also been, doing some shit on that. It's been, like, sort of navigating the Supreme Court even, like, because he pushed the Education Act and shit. Where he kind of tied in the whole student loan debt relief into that. So, I mean, because that kind of even caught some people by surprise a little bit. I think it even caught my friend Stefana by surprise. He was like, oh shit, I guess he actually did it. And it's like, well, yeah. Doc Brandon did it. It was Jover, bro. Supreme Court didn't realize that it was going to be Jover, son. I mean, to be fair, like, it'd actually be Jover if he just, like, did the executive order and expunged all of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's within his power to do that, but, I mean, for what it is, I mean, hey, I'll take the dub. I mean, but nonetheless, it's just like, I mean, it's one of those things where if he keeps making those steps, even, like I said, as incremental as they are, if there's, like, a shitload of different little steps leading up, where it's like he has, like, this whole full fucking record out of nowhere, just, like, last second, I mean, hey, I mean, I think, there can be some actual argument to say that, like, it might be worth voting for him a little bit. I mean, at least in that case. But, like I said, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, there's still a lot of time until the actual election day, right? So, we're still got over a year, So, I mean, like, what, like, 14 months about? So, it's like, there's still a lot of time, for him to potentially, throw some curveballs, like, some more, you know what I mean? Like, and I have a hunch that there's going to be a couple more. I don't know what, but I feel like there's going to be a few more things that he's going to do.
A perfectly defensible position. And I had this conversation on my podcast.
Or at least not, if not him specifically, maybe like, some people within his administration, like, like the appointees of the NLRB, right? Like, there's going to be at least people that he directly appointed and put in there and shit, or at least, other fellow Democrats that he's helped to, like, push during the midterms or whatever the fuck that has, like, gotten results done to where, like, he at least can show something to people and be like, hey, I did something, Jack. Even though he spent like a year and a half to 2 years, after he got elected, basically not doing anything. So, I guess better late than never, I guess. But, I mean, like I said, he's got a lot of work to do in a pretty short time frame.
And there were people who would characterize that position. I mean, you've heard the thing. You've been on the internet. Being too credulous about Biden or, being too comfortable in one's own position in life and not.
How do I get this in like a way where we're like zoomed in, but not where I don't have to like move every time?
Change and being happy with the status quo. People say things like that. I think actually that if your priority, if you believe the path to meaningful change is going to primarily come through a kind of, I don't say this dismissively, but a kind of labor incrementalism, meaning there are meaningful labor gains that happen, but are not the type of which would radically transform the system the way that some people want to happen in a shorter.
Well, what would that be? Because, I mean, like, labor incrementalism is a little interesting phrasing. Like, what does she mean by that? Does she mean, like, what, just like these decisions by the NLRB and stuff? Because, I mean, like, that incrementalism does help lead to radical change. I mean, a lot of the, like I said, like, a lot of reason why, like the, like Amazon and Starbucks unionizations, have been able, and like the Newsies labor unions, and even like the strippers unions, for example, there's there's a club here in Portland that is the second unionized strip club in the United States. The first one is in Hollywood, California. The second one, my fucking city, baby, PDX. Unionized the other day. So it's just like, I mean, you know, these type of things happen and are in some part because of the current NLRB. So I mean, like the radical change that does, you know, come from the ground up can happen due to certain levels of incrementalism, but you have to like seize that fire in a way. And a lot of people, I do think, across the country are, and they already have been even before that. Like, I mean, a little bit of this whole labor rise and shit has been going on, you know, even before Biden was president. Like, it's been slowly rising up for a while. And, you know, I'd argue at least, you know, around like 2018, 19 to 2020, 2020 especially, like, it's when we started seeing this rise starting to trickle up more and more. And after 2020, people kind of started realizing, and like, you know, sitting home in the pandemic, reading up about shit, reading up about like maybe American history, Union history, stuff like that, and realized, oh fuck, like there's some like shit that we lost, you know, that we can get back. And I think a lot of people really seized on that shit after 2020. You know, especially considering when they went home and realized, like, oh yeah, shit's really fucked. So, I mean, you know, I think there's a lot of facts, especially for 2020 being the fulcrum, that really led to this radical rise in labor and shit. And in some part, I mean, to be fair, yeah, it's because, like, the current NLRB does help with that. You know, granted, sure, it is incremental, but it does help, you know, like, incite and continue to, you know, exacerbate more of the radical rise in labor that we do see across the country with these different strikes and different unionization efforts and everything else in between. You know, having more, you know, like, radically progressive contracts, you know, for workers, you know, and all this other shit. Like, all these things are because of that. Because there's now, like, this energy and this incentivization to put more pressure on the fucking, you know, bosses and the fucking companies. Because, you know, people recognize that energy. There's, like, Shawn Fain of, you know, of the UAW right now, who's, like, as sweet as a teddy bear, but as radical as fuck as can be. Like, and is, like, you know, just really inspiring, too. Like, he's really starting to become, like, a pretty, like, kind of like another Christian Smalls in a way. An older guy, but, you know, been around the block for a while, but, you know, it started kind of becoming that type of prominence. You know, so it's like these type of figures are starting to rise up. The fact that there's like national names that are like specifically union labor leaders, or, you know, like Christian Smalls or like Shawn Fain, like that's saying something. Like, I mean, that really, you know, because when's the last time like that shit started becoming really a thing in America? Like, what, like back in the 80s or something? Like, I mean, you know, like when's the last time a labor leader was like interviewed on CNN or some shit? Like, nowadays, it's becoming a thing. But before 2020, probably like maybe like 2008 or some shit. You know, maybe during the Great Recession era. So, I mean, a lot of this incrementalism has led to, in a way, some radicalization. Granted, other variables to it. I think COVID certainly played a role to it, too. I think one of the bigger roles, in a way. But some of that incrementalism does help protect and enforce that radicalization, though, on the ground. That's why, it's why I find Beyond Joy a little sus sometimes.
And the way that people might argue Bernie Sanders represented his movement as a goal of being. Mm-hmm. Then that's a defensible position. But I have to hold space for the reality that there are people for whom, even as significant as those labor gains are, it's simply insufficient. And what they see when they look at the trajectory of the last...
Corporate News probably considers the executives they interviewed labor leaders. Oh, dude, dude, you're probably not even wrong either. They probably do.
56.
I love the passion, Lamau. Well, I mean, it just kind of shows, like, I mean, I only listened to, like, maybe, like, 60 to 70% of this, you know, while I was at work. I wasn't totally paying attention to everything. But, I mean, that's why I kind of had I already knew I had a lot of thoughts about this going into it. Like, we're not even 10 minutes into this bitch, and I already have been, like, ranting off, you know, for damn near, like, really, like, 30 minutes of this whole thing. So it's just, like, I mean, it's why I put it on 1.25 either, because, like, I mean, I already had thoughts about this, because, I mean, I kind of feel like I want to get at least the thoughts out of the way, because the shit, when they start getting heated, happens a little bit later, you know, in their interview, like about like a third to like, you know, 3/5 the way through and shit. So I feel like as long as I can get more of like the political analysis out of the way, then we can kind of goof on it once it starts building up. Because once shit starts getting heated, then we're just going to have fun with it. But also, it kind of will, I'll at least give analysis why I'm suspicious of this bitch a little bit.
Democratic Party politics. When they read Listen Liberal and see the longer game of the Democratic Party making a concerted choice to back away from labor in a way that has gone on for decades and isn't necessarily turning around as a consequence of Joe Biden having some good NLRB appointments.
What? It is. Like, we haven't seen the rise of labor like this since the fucking, like, 70s. What are you talking about?
Let me
Go ahead, you respond, and then I want to jump into it.
So,
Oh my god, they both wanted to jump in. They both immediately wanted to jump in on that. Yeah, that's just like, what is she talking about with that? See, if it wasn't for her being so smart, I would say that she's fucking naive, but I don't think she's that dumb. I don't think she's stupid enough to be that naive. Because she knows that ain't right. She knows that's not correct. Like, I mean, we haven't seen the rise of, you know, labor advocacy, you know, like we have in a long fucking time. So that, she just know that ain't true.
I don't think that in like massively increasing union density, I actually don't see that as incremental change. I mean, if you look at the chart of the decline in the middle class and the decline of union density, you'd be hard pressed to find a more significant factor.
But I made these arguments as well.
But the other piece is, I feel like those same people who are right about the Democratic Party, they were right about the analysis in Listen Liberal, right about the fact that you had, you know, this free trade.
So what the hell did Kyle just do there? Hold on. Look at this.
You know, right about the analysis in Listen Liberal, right about the fact that you had, you know, this.
What was that? He just went like, what the fuck was that? What were you doing there, Kyle?
Bipartisan consensus, and in large part a union busting bipartisan consensus, also don't acknowledge that there actually has been a notable shift in the Biden administration. Now, my big issue with the Biden administration, I mean, there's a million of them, right? On foreign policy, I've got problems, but my biggest issue economically with the Biden administration is the way they've allowed the pandemic relief, the short-term pandemic relief programs to fall away and leave a lot of ordinary Americans in a more
That's a big fucking statement. Oh, god damn, that was a really interesting burp. But honestly, yeah, that is, I think, you know, a pretty major thing. I mean, like I said, I feel like if he does more now and moving forward, I think he might be able to make up for that, but as it stands right now, not yet. Because, I mean, that shit was a fucking sting, even for me especially, because I was kind of expecting that a little bit, and I never did. Yeah, you don't really get that, so... I mean, you know, eventually when I got my tax returns, I did get one of, like one of them, but not the last, not like the last one that was supposed to go out or some shit. So I don't know what the fuck stupid bullshit was all about, but whatever. So I don't even care anymore at this point. But like, I mean, I at least did get one of them in retrospect. So at least that wasn't yay. You know, so I was happy about that. But I mean, you know, like, still, it's one of those things where it's just like, it's definitely kind of like a sting where not all that shit went out, obviously, because one of them still never really did, even though I eventually did get all those, like, you know, tax returns, you know, filed up and got all that back and all that other shit, which did include one of those, you know, COVID stimulus checks, a part of that, but the last one that was supposed to be given out, I never, ever really got that when that happened, so whatever, I don't even care anymore. I'm just glad I got, like, at least one of them, you know, that I was supposed to get. I got Trump's stimulus checks, though. I got both of those, but, like, the Biden ones, like, I had to, like, go for a bunch of rigmarole to get at least one of the two that he was putting out. Well, if Trump gets appointed to some bullshit position in some country to get the diplomatic immunity, it would be Russia if he did. I mean, I don't want to be like, oh, Trump is literally a Russian puppet guy, but, I mean, let's just be honest. He would probably go there. Maybe Hungary or something.
Position now than they were at the beginning of the administration. And that's not nothing. But when I look at the long term, when I look at the fact that, listen, with the Inflation Reduction Act, with the CHIPS Act, with infrastructure investment, you're talking
Russia
about...
want to work due to poor relations. They would absolutely take Trump. Hungary would work. I mean, I guess Hungary, but...
policy in a way that would have been completely unheard of in the Clinton-Obama era. When you look at not just the NLRB, which I said is like the core for me, but also his antitrust appointments and the fact they're really trying to reverse decades of neoliberal attack on any sort of trust busting, I feel like none of those improvements that have made Biden on that front way better than Obama, way better than Clinton, I just feel like there's no willingness to acknowledge any of that whatsoever.
I don't think the issue is acknowledging it. It's how much it matters to you, how weighty that is to you, and how much you see those kind of find common meaningful improvements as really core to the nature of the project that you're on. And I think that what some people are frustrated by is that this went from feeling like, in both left media and left politics, a bigger revolutionary project that was going to be core of our capitalist system and wanting to radically change the way that human lives are valued, what we consider to be the nature of our social safety net, what we believe to be the nature of what we consider to be human rights. And they wanted to join a movement that validated what many of us felt intrinsically, emotionally for most of our lives. That something in
The thing is, like, beyond it, like, this is, like, pretty much, like, damn near all leftist stuff. The problem is that some of us have, like, weird little, like, specifics and nitpicks that we have about how we get there in a lot of ways. I mean, you know, or, like, how we particularly see how that should be done. I mean, granted, I don't really think any of that shit should fucking matter, but, I mean, or at least not now. But, you know, nonetheless, you know, a lot of leftists feel this way. So, I mean, like, what's the point here?
very much wasn't clean. And Bernie came along and articulated that it was legitimate for us to be asking for something more. And so at this point, it does feel as though there has been a kind of a bait and switch. It's not that what you're describing isn't true or legitimate. And I said this on my podcast. If your priorities are what you have kind of articulated your priorities as being, I think it's a perfectly legitimate argument. But I have to hold space for the fact that for many people, it simply isn't adequate.
Wait, can I respond?
Yeah.
So I think she's saying that, like, you know, because, like, for a lot of lefties, they're disenfranchised because they feel like they've been funneled in and bait and switched into, like, supporting just, like, neoliberalism and shit, like, thus they feel disenfranchised and, like, well, fuck them no matter what. Which, I mean, granted, like, they definitely exist. I mean, hell, I would technically say I'm not, like, all the way like that, but I mean, I definitely been, you know, obviously feel the sting with that shit for sure, which is why, like, it, you know, I am kind of like a vote withholder unless you actually offer me something that I could vote for, which at least Biden's starting to do at least a few things, you know, to at least make me think about it, not consider it overtly, but at least think about it. So it's just like, I mean, you know, when it comes to that type of situation, like, I mean, it just shows that, like, that pressure just needs to keep going. And if they can at least, you know, continue to, you know, put forth things that are at least somewhat adequate enough, then that means that it would at least be worth enough of a shit to, like, you know, actually go out of the way to at least, you know, vote for him at that point. To show that, like, hey, at least there's, like, you know, a foundation, you know, that can kind of help us move forward a little bit, you know, outside of, you know, what especially for what my expectations were, because I honestly thought he was just going to be like a neoliberal, moderate conservative fuckwit. But, I mean, in certain ways, he has, but, like, at least in other aspects, I mean, he really surely hasn't, you know, like, so it's just like, I mean, it's just kind of one of those things where obviously it's a mixed bag, but if he could continue to push for different things, you know, or maybe not him directly, but at least, you know, his administration and different elements that they're in, can at least push, you know, to continue to do these different changes that are very beneficial, you know, to all of us, and it at least gives me something to consider where it's like, all right, well, fuck it, you know, like, this actually might at least be worth something, because at least there's something for me to vote for, instead of just vote against. Because, I mean, that's always been my problem. It can't be as simple as voting against something, because that's the problem. Democrats never feel like they, you know, need to give us something to vote for, because they always feel inclined to give us something to vote against, which is big bad Trump, you know, fascism, ooh-woo. Which, yes, is a problem. But are you going to give me something to vote for? Because that ain't enough. At least for someone like me. Like, obviously that's bad, but fuck, give me something to vote for so we can at least see a fucking change instead of, like, you know, just prolonging the inevitable. Like, I mean, because if you just don't do anything besides just be, we're not that, I mean, at a certain point, that shit's gonna take over. So you have to give you gotta give people something to vote for if you want to actually prevent that. I mean, that's really, you know, especially, you know, for leftists like me, is what my argument is. I mean, that's the problem. Like, I mean, at least for me, it's why I don't necessarily disagree with Bianca on some issues, but she frames it in a way that it's just certainly uncomfortable because she kind of downplays a lot of the problems with the Republicans and, like, with the right and shit like that.
Let me jump in here. So my issue is,
especially with Trump,
that many people on the left are, I would say, dishonestly refusing to acknowledge any good things that were done. We can all on the left list, like, here's the 57 things we hate that Biden did. But when something good happens,
sure,
I'm the only one talking about it, and then I get accused of being a DNC shill.
Okay, Kyle, you're not the only one talking about it. Like, Vosh is a pretty big simp. Like, there's a few lefties out there. There's, like, Xander Hall, like, there's a few people that are pretty pro, like, okay, maybe not pro Biden, but, like, when he does something good, they call it out too. Okay, you ain't the only one, bro. You're not the only one. Come on. I love you, bro.
I'm not.
Was I struck the ego?
Like, look, I'm not blind. Here's the good things that happened. Here's the bad thing that happened. I'm gonna give them all to you, and then you could judge how much you value each and which one you weigh more, and how that factors into your, like, voting analysis. But I was like the poster boy back in the day, or people viewed me this way, as like, he's the purity tester. He's like the main purity tester guy. And I didn't vote for Biden in 2020 because I didn't think he would pass my purity test. Now, at the time, people could go back and watch the video. My purity test was super fucking lenient. It was like, if I'm convinced you're going to do like 2 or 3 of the things that I value highly, then I would vote for you. Because I know it's basically down to just the Democrat and the Republican, no matter how much we want to wish the Green Party or Libertarians want to wish the Libertarian Party into existence. And so when I look at the record, again, I could list all the bad things, but you just mentioned the NLRB raising overtime pay, or you mentioned the thing where, you know, they automatically recognize the union if the bosses try to bust it up. There's also the overtime pay rule, where now it's not $33,000, it's about $55,000 a year, where now you get overtime pay. That's a huge, huge change. Student loan debt reduction, and even Biden even coming back after the Supreme Court tried to slap it down, and he said, no, I'm going to try to do it through the Higher Education Act now. There's little things we could go after him. Oh, the interest rate. Yes, that's bad. I agree with you on that. But we got to recognize that.
Some Brett too talks about the good things Biden does. Well, I mean, I'm not saying that he's not, like, wrong, because there's definitely plenty of, you know, lefties that don't acknowledge, you know, some of the things that Biden actually might have done some good on. Like, I'm willing to admit, you know, some stuff where, you know, I'll say it's like, all right, this is at least a step in the right direction, or at least it's somewhat good. Or, you know, especially with the NLRB just in itself, fucking based. Like, you know, honestly, one of the very rare things I'll say Biden's based on and fucking Dark Brandon mode with is the NLRB. Like, you know, I'll say he's, you know, gotten, you know, fucking, you know, Joe Dark Brandon mode on that bitch. You know, I'll grant that. I mean, even LibTube barely talks about Biden's good shit. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that 100%. Like, LibTube even? Nah, I don't know about that totally. I think these probably just, like, I imagine, like, LibTube probably fixates more about Republicans and, like, fear-mongering about them and shit. You know, rightfully so, to be fair. You know, but, like, I don't know. I mean, was sniffing their own farts. Well, okay, well, duh. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, LibTube is always going to be sniffing their own... Well, liberals, no matter what, sniff their own farts. If you're Margot... Well, see, well, there you go. See, well, the thing is, they don't necessarily talk about Biden's good stuff all the time because they're always, you know, sniffing their own farts, fear-mongering over Republicans and how holier than thou they are. Like, I mean, and just how better they are. They don't really... That's why they don't talk about some of the stuff that Biden might have done good, legitimately on, because they just inherently feel like they're superior and better, so they don't feel like they need to explain it. That's why. That's why liberals are so fucking annoying and infuriating, and I don't like them. Like, I mean, honestly, I mean, that's why. Because, like, yeah, I get it. Republicans bad, but, like, can you quit sniffing your own farts and feel like you're superior to everyone else, you smug fucks? You know what I mean? It's like, ugh. That's why I don't like them a lot. And plus, they think anything, like, radical, you know, or more left than them is, like, too insane and communistic and just unachievable and whatever the fuck because they were sitting on their dumbass every time. Liberals just annoy me, dude. Like, I mean, they really just legit do, dude. I hate these, like, Hollywood tuxedo, like, champagne libs, man. They're really fucking annoying. Like them or not, they're allies at the moment. Well, sure. I mean, I'm not gonna, like, look, just because they're... dude, being annoying and being an existential threat are two different things. Like, I'm not gonna fucking try to, like, you know, punch you because you're annoying. I'm gonna punch you because you're a fascist. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, like, a liberal ain't no fascist. I mean, there are definitely some liberals, if you cut them, they are kind of like, you know, bleeding fascists and shit. I mean, there's that quote, you know, cut a lib bleeds fascist. I mean, that certainly is, you know, the case, but most liberals, I'd argue, aren't, like, always like that. And honestly, you know, a lot of them, when it comes push to shove, would be anti-fascist. They just want to do it in a way that's, like, militant or aggressive or radical and whatever fucking weird buzzword that they have that, you know, they think is bad and, you know, like, they just want to, like, you know, deal with them with the, you know, with civility and marketplace of ideas and whatever weird bullshit. Like, which, if anything, it doesn't actually, like, really totally help, but at least they're willing to challenge it and critique it, you know, like, ideologically. So, yeah, like, I mean, you know, liberals, like I said, they were fucking annoying. Like, I mean, I don't really like them, and they infuriate me in a lot of ways, but I'm not gonna, like, you know, beat them or whoop their ass or anything like that. I might want to slap them with a salmon. You know, like, take a salmon, like, the tail of a salmon, just slap them around. You know, like, I might want to do that, but I'm not gonna, like, you know, try to actually, you know, do anything bad to them. Like, they just annoy me sometimes, you know, like, where I want to slap them with a salmon. You know, like, they annoy me to the point where I might want to do that, but I don't want to actually hurt them or anything. Like, whatever. They just annoy me sometimes, and, you know, just gotta, you know, slap them with salmon, feel good after a little bit, and, you know, hey, it's all good. They might have, like, a panic attack and freak the fuck out and be like, oh my god, you insulted me! But, you know, whatever. Venom, don't be fed posting! Jesus, okay, alright, I get it, but holy fuck, don't fed post. Hey, take it down at least, you're at, like, you're not even at 11, you're at, like, 21. Like, take it down to the 11. It's okay to punch Nazis, fuck Nazis. You know, you gotta know what, oh, never mind, I'm not explaining it to you. I understand, look, I understand the feelings and emotions and don't inherently disagree with how you feel, but advocating that isn't necessarily a good thing. It's a bad thing. We should offer them free showers. Sure. I don't think that fits well with what you just mentioned, but sure. Anyway, moving on.
That is, all things considered, a step in the right direction. Pulling out of Afghanistan, he actually had the balls to do it when the media was shitting on him relentlessly, and I didn't see anybody on the left coming into his defense at that point.
A lot of people have.
I was like the only fucking one. It was like me and Matt Iglesias.
I definitely defended him.
Okay, well then it's like 3 people. And all these, oh, I'm so anti-war. He pulls out of Afghanistan, and it gets messy because that's what happens when you pull out of wars. All of a sudden, oh my god, you know, it's the end of the world.
A good moment for the left. I saw a lot of consensus. Good on you, because we almost resented and kind of were enjoying the extent to which he was getting, you know, dogpiled by the mainstream media, and we were the only ones defending him. So I would quibble with that a little bit. I think
Venom, chill.
He much defending him.
Look, again, I don't disagree and shit, but dude, chill.
Kyle, what people are responding to, if I can offer this, is not the idea that you are accurately describing advancements, good things that Joe Biden.
Like, you're going Metal T on me, dude. Like, I mean, Metal T would basically be saying shit like this. In fact, way more vividly. I would always have to be like, yo, chill. Because sometimes, I mean, he goes way too far sometimes, and you're getting at that point where I'm like, am I talking to Metal T right now? Did he, like, somehow go down to Alabama and appropriate your phone?
I think you could also say Obama did some good things.
No, Biden is way better than Obama.
Wait, hold on. Okay, we're going to go back a little bit because I kept reading your shit. Hold on, what?
We were the only ones defending him. So I would quibble with that a little bit.
I didn't see much defending him. I really didn't.
Kyle, what people are responding to, if I can offer this, is not the idea that you are accurately describing advancements, good things that Joe Biden is doing. I think you could also say Obama did some good things.
No, Biden.
No, he. Oh my god. Like. Look. Like, yeah, sure, you can honestly point to maybe a couple things that Obama did that was good. But frankly, as far as I'm concerned, in comparison to Biden, I don't even really think it's debatable. Biden's honestly legit better than Obama. Like, at least in my opinion. I mean, just on the NLRB thing alone. I mean, and, you know, the fact that he isn't, you know, accelerating wars and shit and is actually pulled out of wars, you know, like Afghanistan and, like, I mean, he's in some ways he's actually legit better than Obama. So that's not even a comparable. Like, it's, oh my god, we're starting to get to the point where we're not going to have as much analysis. We're just going to have fun with this.
Obama, not even close.
That's not the point I'm making. It's not that one is better than the other. You could also sit here and say Obama did good things. Now, the way you bristled at me saying that, I could say, oh, why won't you just acknowledge that Obama did good things? The same way that you're saying that leftists won't acknowledge, they bristle.
Well, hey, guess what? I can admit that. Like near the, I mean, it's definitely like super late, but I mean, like during the second term, near the end of his tenure, he released like thousands of nonviolent drug offenders. Like what? Like over 2,000 something plus nonviolent drug offenders and nonviolent offenders, of like frivolous crimes and shit, like all over the country. And I mean, he did that shit. I mean, so there are certainly like a couple things that. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of right immediately off the top of my head. I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, what else? But like, I mean, at least for the immediate sense, it's the first thing that comes off in my mind. So there's certainly like things that you could point to, about Obama that like you can nitpick and say is good, but in comparison to Biden right now, like I said, I mean, Biden's actually done, at least as far as I'm concerned, more than Obama did in his fucking 2 terms. So, I mean, and that's fucking a low bar and saying something, and if it keeps this shit up, then it wouldn't necessarily be as much of a low bar than it is. But at least as it stands right now, it kind of is, so. Got some work to do, but we're getting there. You're getting to a point where I'm at least willing to acknowledge some shit here, alright? Like, we're getting to a point, Biden here. Get to a point here, Joe Malarkey Brandon. Like, we're getting to a point, but we're not quite there yet. At least not with me. Your dog ain't hunting my woods quite yet, but it's getting there. It's on the road to it, but not there yet.
And it's because we have different standards and we're making different kinds of comparisons.
That's not my issue, because they're not even acknowledging the good things, is my point. I have a list of 47...
Venom, oh my fucking god. Dude, chill. I get it, but my god. Quit Fed posting. You're like Fed spam. You're not just Fed posting, you're Fed spamming. Stop it.
I've heard nobody talk about any of them.
But let me get to the core of this point. The reason that people are frustrated with that kind of analysis is because it's been used for so long by liberals to justify why people shouldn't be asking for more. I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. But if you bring up something like student debt, when the consensus of all the student debt experts that I've talked to on my podcast, people from the Debt Collective, the Asher Taylors of the world, the legal experts I brought on, is that there was a path toward doing this, to canceling all student debt, that would not have been stymied by the Supreme Court. The same authority that Donald Trump used to enact the student debt moratorium, which has been ongoing until the beginning of this month for the last 3 years, was the same authority that he could have canceled all student debt with the stroke of a pen. He chose not to do that because he decided to means test the program. He circulated those documents.
Because he's a neo-lib. I mean, your point. I mean, this is obvious.
Inbox last August, I believe it was, to see if you qualify for student debt. It was a very easy form. But when he did that, that started the clock for people to be able to challenge it in court, which what 6 states did, 2 of them were successful, and now here we are today. Not only did he decline to do the unstoppable mechanism to actually cancel all student debt, he additionally chose to use a legal authority, which when many legal experts said was the most vulnerable one. So you're now saying,
No.
He could have used the Higher Education Act.
He did. He did.
He could have done that in the first instance.
But he didn't, and now we tried it again through the Higher Education Act. The idea that it's a conspiracy, he doesn't want to actually cancel it. No, he appealed the case like 4 or 5 times, and then at the end of it, when the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that, he said, fuck you, I can, and he did the Higher Education Act. That's exactly what we wanted him to do. Then he does it, and people go, oh, that's not good enough. It's like, that's ridiculous.
Kyle. What we wanted him to do was first and foremost just cancel the student debt.
I expected him to do nothing on student debt. This is the point I'm trying to get across to you, is that I expected nothing from Biden, and he did way more than I expected. Let's be honest about that.
It's just getting heated.
You have different expectations.
Of course I'm going to talk about it through my expectations. I'm me.
But I want to pivot this conversation a little bit, because what we really have is a tactical disagreement. We could quibble about student loan debt. We could quibble about all kinds of aspects of the Biden administration. All of us would like him to do more. There's no doubt about that. But hold on a second. Our political aims are ultimately very similar. But I do think the student loan debt example is instructive, because it shows what has been effective in terms of securing real gains versus what has been ineffective. Jill Stein, running in 2016, I don't think she was a spoiler, but the Democratic Party thinks she was a spoiler. They put that out to the public. So in the theory of change, where a third party would force all of this revolutionary change on the Democratic Party, that should have worked. But instead, it served to allow the Democratic Party to basically demonize and dismiss third-party efforts, and then they prop up Joe Biden. So that definitely didn't work. However, the fact that Joe Biden had to be on a primary debate stage versus Bernie and Marianne, a whole lot of Elizabeth Warren, a whole lot of other people who were pushing him on student loan debt cancellation, forced him into a position of doing something when he 100% would have done nothing otherwise. And we can see that now because, the fact that they've basically blocked any sort of real democratic process within the Democratic primary has made it possible for him to literally promise nothing for this next term thus far. So you can see how the third party effort was not successful in bringing about whatever revolutionary change people want to see. And the process that Bernie engaged in and that Marianne Williamson is engaging in now was far more effective in actually delivering results. And that's what I'm focused on.
So, first of all, you, I think, are both fundamentally, dramatically overestimating and overstating and giving way too much credit in that you can make your labor point, the student debt point, absolutely not. Joe Biden.
Absolutely not. I mean, honestly, the reason why I wasn't saying anything is because what Crystal was saying isn't even wrong. Or even Kyle, or, wait, what do you mean, not? Absolutely not. Those are actually, points, that are, in his favor and shit. What do you mean?
And coerce people.
I mean, considering, that he basically, never really offered anything and had, there's no expectation for him to improve any of those issues, and yet he at least has a little bit is that's at least kind of a game changer a little bit, and being oh shit, there's curveballs that's been thrown around. I mean, what can you not admit that?
By saying he was going to cancel at least $10,000 of everybody's student loan debt, and moreover cancel all student loan debt for graduates of HBCUs. And he went down to Georgia, a state that he not only needed to win for the presidency, but needed to win for the Senate, and where there are 3 of the major HBCUs in the United States of America, made that promise, and people knocked doors and turned people out to the polls on the basis of that promise, which he immediately stopped talking about the second he got elected and reneged upon. He also knew the authority that he had to cancel all student debt. And I know because all of these student debt advocates have been talking about how they were directly liaising with his office and communicating these points, and they chose to ignore them and do a plan that he knew could be abstract. You can say it's not a conspiracy theory, that's conspiratorial thinking, but it's either a conspiracy or he's an idiot. Those are the options. And I'm not especially comfortable in validating either of those things. Now,
Wait, so if you say he's a conspiracy or an idiot, but you don't want to validate either, so wait, what the fuck is it?
You were saying that you are looking through the prism of your own perspective.
No, I was saying I expected nothing from him, like we all expected nothing from him.
Absolutely not.
I mean, what do you mean absolutely not? No one expected really anything significant from him. He even quoted, it's quoted himself, nothing would fundamentally change. Most people expected that. That nothing would fundamentally change. And, and to certain elements, nothing really has. When it comes to the border issue, outside of him not doing the border wall, pretty much that's stayed relatively the same. And certain, a lot of elements about economic policy outside of things like the NLRB, it's stayed relatively the same. So there's certainly aspects that are the same. At least, nothing fundamentally changing, at least to a degree. So, but despite that, not everything is like that, though. There are some things that have kind of fundamentally changed a little bit. Maybe not, enough to where it should be, obviously, but... there's at least a little bit here and there.
I expected nothing from him. I expected nothing of Joe Biden. He was the guy who brought us NAFTA. He's the guy who brought us the Iraq War. He's the guy who wrote the Patriot Act, who wrote the Crime Bill. I expected nothing of him.
When a presidential candidate makes a promise to people and lies to them in order to get them to go to the polls, I believe that it's my job as a member of independent media to make it clear so that people don't fall for those kinds of mistakes going forward. If Biden wants to run as I'm a milquetoast incrementalist who's just better than Trump, he can feel free to do that all day and night, and then he would have lived up to the expectations that he set for himself in the context of the primary campaign.
He literally did. What do you mean, no? He literally did.
He promised to cancel all student debt for every graduate of an HBCU and $10,000.
When did he do that on the campaign trail? Because I remember being a little bit, in depth about kind of what he was advocating for and shit like that, and I don't remember that much, unless it was some one-off that he said at some random university.
Of student debt for people who earn less than $125,000 a year. Now that might not matter to you, and I've defended.
Did she just say that might not matter to... They are literally advocating for... What the fuck is she talking about? This is why I feel like she's suspect, dude. She's kind of trying to frame it like these two, which, especially Kyle, are pretty fucking real and genuinely sincere about what the fuck they believe. And she's trying to, like, frame them as, like, not being sincere or, like, actually, like, advocates for what they believe in or what they, think and shit. It's like, it's why, she's always, rubbed me the fucking wrong way, dude. Like, there's just something about her that just rubs me the wrong way, and I don't like it.
Against claims.
Like, there's a few things where I'm like, okay, she has a point, but, but she never really has, like, much to, to make that fruitful. Like, there's just, like, a lot of bullshit where it's, like, she, it's like talking the talk, but she ain't exactly walking it. Like, especially for my gist of her from, listening at least, to a good chunk of this.
You don't care about this stuff because, you're out of touch and it doesn't affect you in material. I think that some of those claims get really silly and overly personalized. But Biden made a choice to tell 44 million Americans.
Your shit's fine. I'm sick of the whole random, like, Fed posting, that you've been doing, so.
Student debt. That he was not only going to
YouTube is probably doing me a service.
But that in the middle of the debt ceiling argument of a couple of months ago, the one thing that he was going to bargain away to get the debt ceiling passed was ending the student loan moratorium. So now it's not me. I'm not the one in control of whoever votes. He has to make the case to those 44 million Americans he's starting their student debt.
Get back here.
That's right. Months
Is the plan stronger or weaker than what you expected?
Damn it. What the fuck? How did I literally pulled that away? Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Jesus fucking Christ. How the fuck did that even... Why are you no full screening? You got the bitch. Alright. Give me just like 2 fucking seconds or just fucking Christ. How did you even pull that bullshit up? I literally didn't even like click it. I was like, get out of here. It just... whatever.
Way weaker than what I expected.
I expected nothing from a student debt. Nothing.
The real question, though, is... We all want all of the debt to be canceled.
Duh. Yeah, of course.
What is going to what is the
Can't say something attractive anymore. No, it's the Fed post thing. Wait, what did you say before? It's so adorable when he's passionate. I love knowing to piss out of him. Well, I'm passionate about... Oh. Like, you're trying to say Crystal looks good? Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Oh. Well, you know what? Crystal does look pretty good. I mean, I will admit, I'm not 100% sure what's going on with the sweater, because you notice that, like, it has, like, some shit going on there. Like, the arm parts, like, the sleeves, they're not actually attached to the sweater itself. Like, it's a little weird. It's a little interesting, but, I like it. Whatever. I dig it. I mean, well, yeah, she is a MILF. She has kids. And, yes, she is the Dami mommy.
Path to get us there. And
not Joe Biden, obviously.
Hold on. But I don't see how Cornel West getting 5% of the vote and unintentionally helping to reelect Trump, that doesn't get us there at all.
Let's get into that. Let's get into that.
Okay, I don't necessarily agree with that, Crystal. Like, I don't think, 5% of the vote, like, of the popular vote, going to the Green Party or Cornel West is going to be, like, some sort of existential risk to Biden. Like, that's, I mean, the whole, like, past the post voting is for the popular vote. It's not like, trying to get, like, 5 electoral seats or something. The electoral college aspect doesn't have anything to do with it. Like, Cornel West doesn't have to win a single electoral seat, to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, the Green Party could not win a single electoral seat and still get that 5% to be past the post. Like, so I don't know. That just seems a little that just seems like, some far-fetched bullshit, in my opinion. I mean, I get it when it comes to, like, the risk of fascism and Trump. Absolutely. But that's why I say, like, when it comes to more, radical, like, lefty progressive types, I mean, they should go for West, because obviously the majority of, like, normie voters, especially in these more deep blue seats, are more likely and inclined to probably vote for the blue candidate. I mean, that doesn't mean they're just, like, not, like, red, voters or whatever the fuck, and Republican voters, but obviously it's way more likely, and when it's all tallied up, the majority of those voters are going to go to, well, at least in this case, Biden, which is going to be electorally, well, for Biden. Like, just because, like, a decent chunk of the voters, split from that, where, like, if every deep blue state had, like, a small chunk of, like, each, voter base from that party, where it still wins the electoral college for the Democrats, like, I mean, that could, build up to a 5%, past the post. And at least that's what I advocate for when it comes to that shit, at least in deep blue states, like, the West Coast, New York, shit like that. I mean, because, these are, states where it's safe to try to attempt to push for that. And I think, where it's meritable. Especially on the local level. Like, if you can get, like, the Green Party more solidified on the local level, like, in Oregon, for example, there's some level of solidification in some, municipalities and some counties and shit like that. Not everywhere, but at least a little bit. Like, I mean, because of shit like that, like, I kind of help put the foot in the door even further when it comes to trying to get them, past the post on a more national level. And if that can be possible, then it can give more funding to, solidify some more local seats and shit like that, which would help solidify them further when it comes to trying to expand, their broader agenda as the Green Party and stuff. Like, I mean, I think, that, is something that can be meritable. And it doesn't necessarily have to be just the Green Party, but at least, in one way, that's at least a strategy that, could be fruitful and doesn't necessarily, screw Democrats over, I guess, inherently. I mean, because it's, more specifically a strategy for deep blue states. Like states that are potentially, swing states and shit. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily advocate this, in those states. Like I was saying from earlier.
Whereas if you have a primary contender actually able face-to-face to pressure him, we have seen the way that can potentially work.
Those are exclusive. So why is that an argument against Cornel West?
It doesn't have to be exclusive, but do you think that the project of defeating Trump is worthwhile at all? Because I would turn back on you, ask the question, like, where's the bottom of the lesser evil question? Like, where does that end? I would turn it back on you and say, where does it become not just a lesser evil, but, like, actually this person is
I can see your shit, dude.
Significantly better. And I would...
oh, shit, I just realized I don't even have the fucking screen on. I just noticed that.
Biden,
oops.
For my disappointments with him, for all of the things that I talk about plenty, including...
Ignore error.
Appointments on student loan debt, including on the pandemic relief that I talked about, including on the railways, all these things, right? Ukraine. At what point, though, do you acknowledge that this person is a lot better than Donald Trump? And so when you're in this binary choice where let's not pretend like Cornel West is going to be president of the United States, it is worth making the choice.
I mean, he certainly isn't. I'm definitely under no illusion that it will be. But, I mean, at least, I think he's a good representative to help potentially get the Green Party past the post, for 5%. Because, I mean, at least for a lot of people that are politically aware, are aware of him, and especially who might be progressive or on the left, are going to certainly definitely be aware of him and, have, like, at least some sort of a positive look at him. Have some sort of a positive outlook for him. I mean, so I do think that, like, I mean, he could help at least, when it comes to that. I'm definitely under no illusion he will win presidency. I mean, that's comical. Like, that's just delusional. But I do think, he can help, try to get the Green Party past the post at least a little bit to where, especially locally, they can help, solidify more in certain states, especially in places like, like Oregon or Washington or like, New York or something. I've never heard of West. Well, Cornel West. I mean, really? I mean, he's been an active, like, leftist advocate and activist and philosopher and like major like kind of leftist leader overall for quite some time. I mean, back in MLK, he's been around since civil rights times. I mean, he's been around for a long time. He's been around the block. Really cool dude. I mean, I really like listening to him and shit. He kind of comes off as almost kind of like a preacher in a way, but it works for him, honestly. I mean, he kind of has, like, the sense of, like, he kind of sees everyone as, like, the brother and sisters of, like, humanity and wants to, obviously, see, like, a better outcome for all of it. I mean, he's a really cool dude. Never heard of him? Well, go look him up. Look some of his shit up. He's a really good guy.
situation to re-elect Joe Biden and get the NLRB and get the antitrust stuff and get what is at hand to be gotten in this moment and live to fight another day.
So for one, Crystal, somebody might say, and people did make this exact argument against Bernie Sanders. Fine, he's on the stage, but I'm not going to vote for him. I'm not going to weaken the person who's ultimately, obviously going to be the president of the United States. Why not vote for Biden in the primaries? Why? And you're wrinkling your brow because it's a ridiculous argument. I completely agree. I don't see the argument for Marianne and against Cornel West. They have nothing to do with each other. You can vote for Marianne in a primary. You can be happy that she's on the debate stage, which obviously they aren't allowing, which is material to this argument, I've got to say. Some people you're saying, what's the Green Party going to do? The Democratic Party has demonstrated that it will host a free and fair and open primary.
I get that. But how does Cornel West getting 5% of the vote and helping unintentionally to re-elect Trump, how does that move us towards our...
Okay, that's a little bullshit. Like intention. Like, I don't think it would be purposeful that, it would cause Trump to be elected. Like, I just, or like unintentionally or whatever. Like, I just don't think that would be the case. I mean, I suppose it could if, like, some major state, like, I don't know, like California for some reason went green. I could see that, you know what I mean? But I just don't see that being a possibility. Like, I mean, if there's, like, independent candidates, like, like Ralph Nader, for example, he didn't win a single electoral vote, right? Or electoral point. But he got, like, what, 50% of the vote or some shit or something like that? Like, he got a pretty decent amount, for being a third-party independent, dude on the national ballot. So, I mean, when it came to Ralph Nader, like, I mean, it's obviously shows that, like, despite, whatever the popular national vote is, the Electoral College at the end of the day will still dictate, what, who wins. I mean, so I don't really think it's like as big of a fucking spoiler as, some people make it out to be. I mean, honestly, I just don't believe that. I mean, it's just because, like, honestly, the reason why, a lot of that is the case, just because they just don't want third party. I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of like, it's either because they don't want third parties to be a thing, or they just are bought in. And I think maybe Crystal's more in this wing of things, where they're just, bought into this, like, electoralist realism, where it's just impossible to conceive of the idea of that even being, a thing, and we just strictly have to work with what we got, and that's it. Like, I mean, which I think is ridiculous. Like, I mean, we could obviously try to, like, work with that, outside the system a little bit. It includes, trying to go past the post and, like, with a third party of some sort. I mean, but either way, I mean, it's like, I don't think that is, like, somehow a significant, metric one way or the other of, like, who might win. Because, I mean, who wins the presidency is the one who wins the most electoral college points. And no third party has ever, like, won enough, or any at all in the last, like, 50 fucking plus years, to really actually, like, get anything, significantly changed. Outside of, like, maybe during the party switch, time.
One, you said this in the now viral clip, that just framing Cornel West as a spoiler, looking at those polls. In those polls that you referenced, Biden is losing in both of them, with or without Cornel West in the race.
Now, Cornel West makes it worse. I just want to clarify one thing. I'm not blaming people or saying, like...
Okay, well, the fact that, I mean, with or without him, does potentially, like, play, like, I mean, the fact that he might be losing, with or without him in there is, a problem on Biden's part. But I think, at least in some part, it's probably why, he's been, at least, Briley's administration has been acting the way they have. Which, I mean, the thing is, they're fucking polls. And considering how far it is, I think they might be taking it way too significantly with this shit. Like, honestly. Like, I mean, that's how they are now. Like, I mean, let's see what those polls look like, a couple months later. Or, like, 6 months from now. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to be different. I mean, maybe not, but who knows? Doubt it. Depends on what happens, from now till then.
Their fault for Trump getting reelected or whatever. But I am saying we would like it if the way the Democratic Party responded to Cornel West would be to cancel all the student loan. But we know that's not reality. So we know that what ought to happen and the reality of what will happen are two very different things.
Let's get to the second point.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a little bit of a bias of, electoralist realism there. Like, I mean, the reason why that might be the case for you, Crystal, is because you can't completely conceive of the idea that we can challenge that 100%. Or at least, try to think outside the box a little bit. I just don't think Brianna is the one to honestly, put it out there, like in a good faith way. Because again, she rubs me the wrong way. There's something off about her. I certainly feel like she's kind of a grifter. So it's just like, I mean, there's something about her that that it just isn't 100% or genuine. And like when it comes to that, is not being a good representative of this whole case. Because I do think, there can be some merit to that. Like when it comes to trying to advocate for like the idea of third-party advocacy, at least when it comes to certain elements. Like Kyle was mentioning from earlier, like the idea of like advocating for Marianne Williamson to primary vote in Cornel West, at least in deep blue states and shit. I mean, that's, at least as it stands right now, that's likely what I'm going to do. I mean, I'll probably still vote Marianne no matter what in the primary, but depending on what Biden does, I might vote for him in general, but that's, a thought. It's not really openly considered yet, but that just depends, like I said, what happens from now till then. I mean, he might get some other shit going where it might be actually good. But who knows? There might be some pretty damning shit that comes out that actually is generally fucked and might change my perspective about that. We'll see. It's just one of those things. Like we ain't gonna really totally know until like the cows come home on that one. But like at this rate, it's just like the fact that at least even from like a year ago, I was like, fuck him, there ain't no way. To the point where I'm like, I'm willing to at least be open to the idea and like think about it a little bit. Maybe not full on consider it, but at least think about it. I mean, that's saying something. I mean, it's a low fucking bar for sure, but the fact that, those curveballs have been thrown to, make me think that way, it does say something. And, especially when it comes to the existential threat of fascism that is genuinely a rising threat in this country, with or without Trump, like, that's a major problem that needs to be curbed. And obviously Biden ain't going to be doing that inherently, but if it can at least have things to vote for to kind of make people feel like there's something that is being offered to them, then I feel like that will help curb that fucking tide. And at least so far, it's, like there's some elements where it's getting there, but not everything. It's on the path at least. It's a ruckety, broken wagon, but, it's making its way, kind of.
Framed the 2016 votes for Jill Stein and the reaction of the Democratic Party subsequently as evidence that a concerted movement effort to withhold one's vote has been proven ineffective. It is obviously the case, Crystal, that there was not a concerted effort in 2016 or any kind of structural movement to withhold one's vote for Hillary Clinton in favor of Jill Stein. It was just a bunch of us angry Bernie bros, a very small number, by the way, because we all know sitting here that more Bernie Sanders voters in 2016 bent the knee and voted for Hillary Clinton than Hillary Clinton voters in 2008 bent the knee and voted for Barack Obama. We all know these statistics. We've been saying them back at neoliberals for the last 5, 6, whatever years. That being said, there was no argument to control the media narrative and present an opportunity for actual leverage and change. So there wasn't like a group, there was no spokesperson, there was no politician, there was no left media.
Wait, hold on. What? I distinctly remember 2016, like, TYT, you say what you want about them now. Back then, they were at least kind of based still a little bit. They had a town hall of Jill Stein and asked her pretty substantive questions where I was actually like, damn, she's at least, acting and sounding like a politician, actually is giving genuine substantive fucking answers and, like, all this other shit. Like, there was actually, like, shit that was kind of worth a fuck a little bit. But, I mean, the idea that there was, like, no media or no leftist media or any of this other shit that was, like, trying to put that outreach out there is just ridiculous. Like, I mean, like I said, say what you want about TYT. Back then, they were at least genuinely trying to push that. Like, I mean, they were, like, one of the biggest, like, Bernie Bros, like, networks at the time. So, like, what is she talking about? I think she's just purposely being disingenuous, honestly.
Saying, here, I have a organized movement, an organized group of people who are willing to actually change their mind and vote for the Democratic nominee in exchange for various concessions. That didn't exist. And I'm, by the way, not advocating for it. I know that some of my friends like Nathan Robinson have said that Cornel West should do exactly that, say that he'd be willing to drop out in exchange for various concessions. I think that's better than nothing. I think that's more than, frankly, I love Marianne and I hope she's successful, but that's more than Marianne is likely to get out of this. However, that is not even my plan. That's my perspective.
Yeah.
What I am saying, though, is that knowing that the Democratic Party is fundamentally not willing to be fair. They're willing to rig the election. They're willing to change the order of the states. They are willing to completely block Marianne out of the media. It feels rich to say that running within the Democratic Party is manifestly and demonstrably more effective in actually changing the outcomes
Because of the structural barriers, Bree.
than Cornel.
I mean, this is kind of where Kyle is definitely right. Like, it's because of structural barriers. And even then, there's a shitload of them. As, you know, as Brianna is saying. Marjorie, Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, like, that's, you know, like, I mean, they're both kind of right, in a way, in this one. Like, you know, the reason why Marianne is getting stifled and backstabbed and, like, silenced in a way, not overtly, but at least just the fact that, you know, media ain't giving her recognition or giving her media airtime or anything like that. Like, I mean, that's due to structural barriers. But you think them being in the People's Party or some shit like that's going to help? Like, I mean, you think it's going to be worse. I mean, like, structural barriers are going to be even more so. Like, they're going to be seen as a joke at that point. At least Marianne might be seen, at least to some, as somewhat of a serious candidate, you know, like, when she's in the Democratic Party. I mean, to be fair, some people say this about Cornel West, even. And to be fair, I think I, you know, agree a little bit. You know, like, considering who he is and what he advocates for, and it's kind of like, frankly, and I mean this in genuinely a good way, but like a black version of Bernie, you know, like, you know, he's, you know, like, I think he probably would have a little bit more, you know, sway, you know, if he ran in the Democratic Party. But, you know, like him, you know, running into Green Party, you know, I think, you know, he had a strategy with that, and I think he had that with good intent. I might not agree with all of that, you know, but whatever. Like, I mean, you know, I'm still gonna vote for him in general, at least as it stands concurrently. You know, that might change in the future, but that's how it is right now. Like, you know, just, you know, all things considered. But either way, it's just like, I mean, he's, you know, somebody that, like, it's got way more structural barriers than someone like Marianne, you know, that, you know, when it comes to this whole, you know, electoral process, and, you know, it's, you know, it ends up being more of a burden for him. I mean, I wish it wasn't the case, and obviously Kyle, Crystal, and everyone else besides on the left and shit wish that wasn't the case, but that is generally the case, and you have to at least recognize that and try to adapt, you know, as much as possible to those barriers, and do what you can to try to break those barriers down. Like, I mean, and a part of that is, yeah, running within the Democratic Party. That's what Bernie tried to do, and too many people on the left got disenfranchised on whether to try to continue to break those barriers down, or they just say fuck it and just like make their own barrier, I guess. I mean, you know, either way, it didn't exactly work out well. I mean, but I think, you know, trying to break those structural barriers down at least is the first fucking step, and that just kind of got forgotten, I think, in the midst of all this shit.
Well, at very least, you can.
Because you need to break those barriers down in order to make this shit more viable. When it comes to, like, third parties or, like, more radical candidates and shit, like, the way to do that is to push one as hard as possible, you know, through those barriers, which is possible because you had people like AOC that could get through there and shit, say what you want about her now at this point, and I got plenty of fucking critiques about her at this point. But, like, I mean, you know, like, it is possible to break, you know, over those fucking boundaries and get over the wall. You know what I mean? Like, it's possible. But that fucking energy and that, you know, and those logs of the fire need to stay strong when it comes to that type of shit. It can't just be, like, broken down and given up on and say, yeah, fuck it, just because, you know, there was, like, a failure here and there or some shit. That pressure needs to be consistent every step of the fucking way, including after the victory of winning that election. I mean, every step of the fucking way. I mean, that's even the same thing for AOC, you know, when it came to her case. Like, I mean, because, you know, that pressure was there all the way until she succeeded, but then it's like, oh, well, she's there, cool. You know, like, no one put the pressure on her to make sure that she continued to stay consistent with that shit. Because she eventually, slowly but surely, walked a lot of stuff back, got pressured, you know, to play the game, and all this other shit. Like, I mean, she capitulated because that pressure did not stay consistent. Like, I mean, and that's the major key when it comes to this shit.
I've said like 2 words in the past 10 minutes, okay? So I'm not being dismissive about anything. I haven't gotten a fucking word in.
Okay, what is it that you're chopping at the bit?
Damn, Kyle, whoa. Okay, oh shit, Kyle. All right.
Natural barriers against running as a third party, as rigged as it is by the DNC against outsider Democrats, which it definitely is. It's even more rigged against third parties, which is why they always get like 3% of the vote.
Which is literally
and
why
Bernie got 43% of the vote.
Which is literally why people feel it is a structural advantage to get someone like Cornel West to 5% of the vote so they can get federal matching funds. To me, as a voter,
which I don't disagree with, but like there is generally a strategy on how you can try to advocate for that, which Kyle, funny enough, is doing a better job than you.
The Democrat.
He did it earlier, like at the very beginning of this.
The voter in New York. I'm not interested in shoring up the Democratic Party.
No, that's him getting his ideas out and shoring up Cornel West. That's the whole point.
I am not a Democrat.
I understand that. That's very clear. But I'm saying that would shore up Cornel West.
And the people who also don't want to vote for Joe Biden under any circumstances are not Democrats. And fundamentally, you can make your argument. I think it's a perfectly legitimate argument to make to Democrats.
I mean, do you know that, though?
Democrats might think that Joe Biden is a manifestly better Democrat than other Democrats.
It's not about whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. It's about what are your political goals. And I think that 100%. We share.
I mean, for real, honestly, she's way too, like, fixated on these, like, labels. Like, oh, I'm not a Democrat, so I don't give a fuck about Democrat things. So, like, I mean, so if that's the case, then what the fuck are you, like, having a hoopla over them then? Like, if you don't care about them, then what the hell? Like, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of structural barriers, there's all this other shit, but you have to, like, kind of, even if you're not a Democrat or not, like, I mean, you have to at least give a fuck enough about that to, like, be like, or at least, say, hey, this is an issue, like, let's talk about it, whether you're advocating for a third party or not. I mean, I have to be a Democrat just because I'm in a close primary state, which is stupid, but it is what it is. I mean, but, that's just like how it is around here. Like, when it comes to being a close primary state, which it should be an open primary state, as, well, every state, honestly. But, I mean, that's just how Oregon and a lot of states do it, unfortunately. It's stupid. And it's certainly anti-democratic, which the Democrats especially take advantage of shit like that. So, I mean, what the... again, it comes back to what the fuck is the whole, like, game plan of how you address that shit. Because she isn't really saying much outside of just like, oh, vote third party, and that's it. Just basically like vote green no matter who, essentially. Like, it's, I mean, she's doing her own version of vote blue no matter who, basically. It's like, that isn't what's gonna fucking solve anything. Like, voting doesn't do fuck. Like, honestly. Like, I mean, well, like, at least on a national level when it comes to the presidency. Like, I mean, it doesn't do that much as people think. Like, it's one of those things where it's just like, you actually have to, like, have some sort of, like, structure, to build up from. And when it comes to, like, this whole electoral argument, you need something to vote for. Which, at least on the state and local levels, I mean, whether Democratic, Green Party, or otherwise, or whatever the fuck, I mean, usually, more often than not, there's things to vote for. On a national level, not as much, but... I mean, like I said, at least, for the few positive things I buy in the house so far, there's at least, certain things I could look at and say I could vote for, so to speak. But, like I, like from what I was saying before, it's a, long way to go. But, like, to recognize that, like, you, like, I mean, or to not recognize, that, there are at least, things that can be addressed, whether Democrat or otherwise, and, and try to achieve these goals and pressure, any politician or political element, whether it's Democrat or otherwise, to push those goals is broadly, the better outcome. Like, you don't necessarily have to do it via third party or Democrat or whatever the fuck besides. Like, I mean, all that shit is frankly secondary. Like, I mean, if you at least pressure, the Democrat Party and these third parties to push, for those fucking, goals and shit, that's what's, ultimately the best thing. And with the current structure, the Democratic Party is the one that has the most influence and the most sway. But that doesn't mean that you fuck off the third parties, obviously. You want to try to get those, parties to have a foothold and, some sort of stepping stone in the local areas, whether it's townships, in different municipalities or like county-wide, or even get, some, elements, of the state, like, having a few seats in the state Congress or something. Like, I mean, because that shit is possible. So it's just like, I mean, you can't just say fuck one or the other. Like, there's a strategy to be able to have the multi-pronged approach, which is usually what I advocate for, is because it is possible. It just depends on where you're at regionally. For someone like me, like, I think, it's more beneficial to try to get, some of the more radical Democrat progressive types, to, maybe try to get, like, the Green Party to have a little bit more sway around here and shit, or, like, the Working Families Party or something, but for a swing state, try to solidify it being blue, which means, kind of sucking up and trying to at least, use the Democratic Party as a means to, put some pressure to, like, get the state more, progressive leaning. Which, there are definitely different states out there that are doing that shit, like Michigan, Minnesota, like, actually, funny enough, a lot of Midwest Democrats have actually been doing shit like this. Like, they're kind of built different a little bit. So, I mean, like, it's something that is, it's possible, and it can happen, and the results are there. And there's multiple ways to do it. Like, it just depends on what's best, depending on what state or what area you're in. Like, I don't really think there's, like, a specific way to do this. You know what I mean? Like, you just have to go for your gut in a way, depending on where you live. And you have to just do what, you think is best. And we all have different ideas of what we think it is. And I think, especially where we live and what state we live in, definitely shapes on how we feel about that. And, like, I feel like, especially in this situation, it clouds the judgment a little bit too much. Maybe not, like, with these three. Well, I should say two, with the ones that are right there. But, I mean, at least, in a lot of ways, I feel like there's too much of, like, a clouding of that, where people, frankly, for good reason, like, consider too much of, like, their own home plate when it comes to the national level, that when it comes to their own home base issues, like, the president, one way or the other, doesn't necessarily have that much of a significant influence outside of, like, some marginal stuff here and there. So, I mean, it's not like it's, I think, people put way too much importance in it, not like it isn't, but, I mean, I think people just put way too much into it. Anyway, before we continue, we're going to take a piss real quick, because I'm kind of sitting here holding it for a second, but after that, we'll kind of keep going back and just kind of let things play out for a second, because I've been kind of rambling. Oh my god, are you past? You're just asleep. Oh my god, you're knocked out. Oh, well, you woke up. Are you gonna move? Oh my god. You are a stretchy little lazy boy. Look at you. Oh my good lord. Stretchy little thing. Look at you. Mwah. You sweet little baby. My goodness. Alright, back to this bad boy.
The same political goals.
Big one, but we don't share.
Hold on. So I still don't understand. Just lay out for me.
Yeah.
Like, what in the ideal scenario happens, and how does that constitute any sort of revolutionary change or help to further the goals that we largely share?
Yeah, I think for one, getting federal matching funds for third-party candidates.
Probably the rant I was making earlier. Somewhat disjointed as it was, probably that.
I believe third parties are going to be a much better vehicle to actual meaningful change in this country than the Democratic Party is infinitely more significant a goal.
But
than
third parties haven't gotten a single electoral vote in
and
50
it's like round
years.
and round
Bree.
and round and
No,
round.
but it's true because I mean, look at Rossborough had all the money in the world. It didn't matter.
You didn't get one electoral
You
vote.
didn't get one
Do
electoral
you
vote.
agree that
That's
ranked
the
choice
reality
voting
of
needs to come first?
political
That's the
system.
important question. Do you agree that
think
if
that-
we get ranked choice voting, then yes, overnight third parties become more viable.
that Cornel
but until we
West-
get them, they're not viable.
I think that Cornel West running in a general election where he has been doing this. He's been talking about ranked choice voting in interviews, but continuing to talk about how the onus is on the Democratic Party to prevent the spoiler effect. He is in the position now running in a general election every time he goes on TV to say, if you're upset at me at being a spoiler, you need to look at the Democratic Party who across the country for the last decades has been purposefully undermining any ballot measures that effectively put into effect ranked choice voting in Maine and North Carolina, the way they attacked Matthew Hoh. I am not the enemy, they are. And that's the burden shifting, the narrative burden shifting I think the left should be engaged in right now. To the extent that you think that Cornel West can ruin Biden's chances, isn't it Biden's responsibility to find those votes, not among disaffected third partiers who don't owe him anything anyway, but the tens of thousands of millions of disaffected Democrats?
Well, Biden actually kind of does in a way. Like, if a lot of those, disenfranchised voters would have potentially voted for him, doesn't that mean that he kind of does owe them a little bit? And that means that they should pressure him, in a way. Which could, like, I feel like, a lot of what I, was ranted about, earlier and talking about from earlier, like, before I took my leak. Like, I feel like, I addressed some of that from earlier. Because, like, you can have the multi-pronged approach. Like, you could pressure him because, like, yeah, frankly, if you're a disenfranchised voter that thinks, like, hey, you should be doing some shit for me, like, yeah, putting pressure on that is a good thing. Like, whether you do that via, like, the Democrat Party or third party or outside of that or whatever the fuck or all of the above, like, either way, I think it could be a good thing. To just exclude other, options or other tactics of doing so because you think one is just superior than the other is fucking kind of silly. Like, I mean, with our current paradigm, you have to kind of adapt considering with the means that you have. And in some states, you can, like say, yeah, fuck the Democratic Party. I could put pressure on them, via like third party option. Or like in swing states, it's like, well, I'll just put more pressure on the Democratic Party itself and, just consistently, like go after them whenever they fuck up and shit. Like, which, so even in deep blue states happens a lot. Like, I mean, Ted Wheeler is criticized immensely over and over and over again, even by liberals, lefties alike and shit, especially by Republicans. But, like, because guess what? He's a Democrat. Like, and he's, like probably the least popular Democrat in Portland. Like, everyone hates him. Like, so, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, if you put pressure on them, there is at least, likelihood for them to potentially, change, their tactics and, change their ideas and shit. I mean, not entirely, because Ted Wheeler's a smug, narcissistic, egotistical fuckwad and doesn't give a fuck, besides, gaining more power, so he's just like, whatever. Like, I mean, he just kind of embraces the hatred, essentially. So.
Who aren't going to vote for him. We've all talked about this together. In Wisconsin, in 2016, there were 88,000 registered black voters who voted in 2012 who declined to vote in 2016. That's like 2 or 3 times the margin by which Hillary Clinton lost in that state alone. And yet we're sitting here talking about whether or not Cornel West is going to pull some third-party voters away from the Democratic Party?
It's the difference between what I would love to happen and the reality that we have experienced now. I mean, we tried it before in 2016. It did not help.
What did we try in 2016?
The third-party effort. Jill Stein was not a spoiler. It is not those voters' fault who voted for you. Like, you guys that voted for Jill Stein.
But she got blamed anyway.
But she got blamed.
And then the left was further marginalized as a result of it.
So I don't see.
Yeah, because she wasn't a spoiler. Like, she barely made, like, what? Like, 3% of the vote? Like, I think nationally it was, like, what? Like, 2.4 or some shit like I forgot exactly the number, but it was, like, a very tiny number.
If I did, I would love to vote for Cornel West. It would feel way better to vote for Cornel West.
If I remember, back in 2016, even if he added, like, the Libertarian and Green Party votes, like, their percentages, and added them to Hillary, it wouldn't have made a difference. And if you added them up to Trump, well, obviously it wouldn't have made a difference because he won anyway. So it's like, I mean, no matter what, it would not have made a difference. Like, and that's with, the Libertarian and Green Party votes. So it's like if you combine those together and put them into one or the other, it would not made a difference. So there, that which shows honestly in a lot of ways that this whole idea that is a spoiler effect is kind of silly. Because I mean, you could still advocate for trying to move past the post of the 5%, and it wouldn't be a spoiler effect. You could just it's just one of those things where you can advocate that in deep blue states, or hell, even in deep red states, and it's and you can at least to a certain extent slowly but surely kind of collectively add up to the votes that go to 5%, and thus can get some federal funding, which would be past post. I mean, you can advocate that without necessarily jeopardizing the Democratic Party or any way, or gaining electoral votes or any of this other shit. I mean, these are. What type of bark was that? Sound like a walrus. But it's just one of those things where it's you can have the multi-pronged approach, like I was saying. I mean, like I said, it just depends on which approach is the best priority, depending on which state or which area they happen to live in. That's just kind of my position when it comes to all this shit. To be just gun-ho for one or the other, I think it's just kind of silly and undermines the whole broader advocacy and the pressure that could be applied. Because isn't taking every approach that is possible, or at least the best means depending on where you're at. Because obviously, for whatever situation I might have here in Oregon is going to be way different from New York or from Texas or wherever the fuck. Obviously they're going to be different. So you take the best priority and take the best strategy that is necessary to get your goal depending on where you live. I mean, I think that's why I say multi-pronged approach. It depends on where how it applies to you. At least if you're willing to get politically active in that shit. Especially when it comes to, enacting the praxis of that type of shit, right? So, I mean, why can't that be a thing? It's why does it have to be one or the other, or, strictly just one thing, It's it doesn't have to be that way.
It takes almost 100%. But I don't see the connection between voting for Cornel West and achieving any of the aims. And I see a much more direct connection between...
Now, let's make it clear. I don't necessarily think Kyle and Crystal are saying it's, this way or the highway type of thing. I mean, I think it's just I think Brianna has kind of framed it that way because of how she's kind of making it my way or the highway type of thing. I mean, really what I'm saying is more of a critique to her a little bit. I mean, a little bit too, Kyle, Crystal, but nowhere near as much. Because I feel like they would agree with me on this one and say, yeah, I mean, because, like I said, at the very beginning of this thing, Kyle was saying, yeah, because I'm in a solid blue state, I'm going to vote Marianne and then vote Cornel in the general. I mean, he stated that. But he said if he was in a swing state, he would just vote Joe Biden. So it's I mean, he stated that he's, open to a multi-pronged approach, but... I mean, beyond that, I mean, it's a critique that I certainly have for Brianna, but, I guess for all of them a little bit. Nowhere near as much of Kyle especially, but I guess, Crystal's in the middle of that one. She's just right, not too cold like, Kyle is on the issue, not too hot like Brianna, just right in the middle.
The Biden National Labor Relations Board and allowing this little budding, exciting, amazing, potentially transformational labor movement to actually grow. Whereas if Trump gets reelected, in fact, based on how the Democrat election bid, it is more likely that Donald Trump is in the race.
Whoa.
And that to me is a massive loss because we know what his record is.
I guess that bass on her voice was way too strong. What the fuck? Knocked the Bluetooth over. It didn't knock the kid over somehow. Goddamn. Dang, Crystal, your voice is booming. Knock the fucking Bluetooth over. Jesus.
Relations Board.
Either that or ghosts
we know
in
who his
here.
labor secretaries were and how they were engaged in all this union busting. And so I see a much more direct connection between that moving the ball in our direction than, Cornel West getting 5% and either his candidacy not really mattering at all, or being used once again to, smear the left and marginalize the left and say these are just the people that are interested in getting Trump elected.
That second point, I'm just going to be honest. Not only do I not care about arguments that the left is going to be smeared, I think it's silly because no matter what we do, the left is going to get smeared.
I don't really know if that's absolutely true. I mean, I guess broadly, especially on national level, yeah. Especially, like, with mainstream media and shit, like, but, like, I don't know, like, on, like, a person-by-person level, like, I mean, people have, like, their buzzword idea of what the left is, but if you actually talk about, like, broadly leftist policies, like, universal healthcare, like, like, stronger, labor protections and unionization efforts, stuff like that, or like, just like, protection of abortion rights, or like, universal healthcare, all these other factors. Like, I mean, most people, even some conservative leaning people, tend to agree with shit like this. So it's like, if you actually, like, take the whole, like, buzzword bullshit out of it, most people will agree with a lot of these type of policies. So, I mean, I don't necessarily think that's completely true. Maybe on, like, the mainstream media / like, kind of, like, status quo level things, sure. Because, like, oh, it's, like, too radical, and it's, like, oh, it's socialist Bernie, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, it's not like it doesn't exist, because it certainly does. But, I mean, I don't think it's just, like, totally fucking absolute. I mean, at least these days, like, there certainly is a little bit more of a, like, tolerance of, like, lefty ideas and shit. Like I said, from earlier, like, the fact that there's, like, labor leaders like Sean Fain or, like, Chris Smalls, for example, like, being able to be on that national level and on, like, mainstream media and shit to, like, make their case. I mean, that wasn't really much of a thing, outside of, like, maybe the Great Recession era, like, back in 2008, basically. So, I mean, the fact that there is, like, a little bit of a shift, I mean, it doesn't mean that it ain't there, but they're at least, willing to have them on, in a way. There's at least, an element that they're willing to at least hear their case, so to speak, because, well, there's enough of an influence, or they're making prominence, so there's obviously something to it. They're going to be dismissful, and just, like, not give a shit and smear it every way till Sunday like they normally do, for sure. Or at least undermine it, at best. Just be like, oh, well, they probably deserve, some stuff, but they're being a little too radical about it, and they should probably tone it down a little. Like, how they, how media works with this shit. They're never inherently pro-union when it comes to any of these fucking, like, topics and shit when it comes to that. Like, whether they have, one of them on there or not. If anything, they usually have it, have these union reps on there to try to challenge them and, have them slip up or something. So, I mean, it's not like it doesn't happen, but, I mean, the fact that it has at least been shifting a little bit is at least saying something. And, the fact that it's being a little bit more normalized is starting to kind of say something a little bit, because it's one of those factors where I think, that barrier is starting to be pushed and it's starting to be challenged a little bit. And is that also another level of, things being, on the positive side of things a little bit? Granted, it is incremental, but isn't that like another thing? Granted, it really doesn't have anything to do with Biden or anything necessarily, but doesn't it kind of show that the broader zeitgeist in the country is, granted, like I said, albeit incremental, is shifting towards a more positive direction, at least a little bit? Granted, plenty of factors that aren't, but at least in certain areas they are. I mean, because you can't deny that. They certainly are. Especially on the labor front. So, I mean, what the fuck?
Oh my God, we're going to decapitate people in Central Park. It is, I think, deeply unrealistic.
What? What the fuck is you talking about? Decapitate people, Central Park? What? Whoa.
There's ever going to be a left movement that genuinely challenges power in this country that's not going to be smeared. And if you are choosing your political strategy on the basis of what's going to get you a pat on the head from MSNBC, I know this, I don't mean to mischaracterize you, but that is
But listen, that's fine, and I agree with you. Left is going to be smeared, but the question is, what is actually going to move the ball forward?
I'm confused by why you asked that.
Because I don't see...
Because policy is all that matters.
Because I don't see how Cornel West...
Yeah, like, damn, dude, they're really pressuring her, dude. Like, they're really getting at her. Fuck yeah, get them. Get him.
And helping to reelect Trump ends up with things going in a better direction.
Like that, Crystal? He gets 5%, and then the Green Party, a third party effort, it gets stronger and more well funded and more able to compete in future elections.
Until we have ranked choice voting, there is no even 1% viability for them. Can you admit that? Can you acknowledge that it's?
I mean, I'm willing to grant that, like, maybe not like literally just like 1% or whatever the fuck, but like, yeah, I mean, multi-ranked choice voting will abso-fucking-lutely make it way more easier for them. As it stands now, it's really immensely hard. Multi-ranked choice voting will help break some of those walls down. In states that have direct ballot initiatives, you know, it's possible to get multi-ranked choice voting across the whole state via that way. And Oregon is one of those states. You know, and Portland actually just got multi-ranked choice voting within the city. I'm not within the city lines, so I don't, unfortunately, get to, you know, take advantage of that. I wish, but I don't. But, you know, it's like, at least, you know, Portlanders specifically that live within Malone County get to experience that shit. And they get to, you know, have an ability to, you know, do massive, you know, local government charter reform that will shift the, you know, city council and shift, you know, like, the entire politics of Portland for fundamentally, really, the better. I mean, so it's just like one of those things where multi-ranked choice voting will absolutely immensely help with, you know, like making things, you know, easier, especially for like third-party options, and especially just broadly more progressive options. So it like, I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, you know, Kyle's just right on that one. I mean, you know, I feel like it's maybe being a little hyperbolic with the idea. It's like, oh, just like, you know, they only get like 0.1% or like 1% or something. It's like, I mean, not necessarily, but yeah, I mean, either way, his point still stands. I mean, at that point, I'm just nitpicking him.
We get ranked choice voting, no third party has any chance in hell. You agree with that, right?
Has been doing most of the ranked choice. Who do you think?
Can I answer it? It's a simple question.
I'm going to answer it in my own time, in my own words, Kyle, respectfully.
It's a simple one. The ranked choice voting thing?
Damn, okay, it's shit.
Voting.
I go around, I do a lot of podcasts, and I don't know what's going on right now. It might be the phase of the moon. We had the double moon last month.
The double moon last month? What the fuck? Wait, oh my god, she's throwing astrology up in this bitch. See, this is where shit gets good, dude. Oh my god, okay, you know what, here, this is where we're gonna just, like, drop the analysis and just have fun with this. This bitch is like, I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know if it's like the face of the double moon from last month or what. It's like, what in the fuck are you talking about? Like, oh my god. Can we just look at them right now? Like, here, like, I actually want to see them while she's doing this.
I go around, I do a lot of podcasts. And I don't know what's going on right now. It might be the phase of the moon. We had the double moon last month. But I'm getting a little frustrated with feeling shouted down and disrespected in every single space that I go.
Oh my god! Kyle, I love you, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so good. This is getting good, dude. Holy shit. Let's go.
I promise I'm going to answer your question, Kyle. Sit tight. I got it coming for you.
I'll sit tight.
Oh my god, we're all sitting tight, bitch. We're all sitting tight, ready to go. With your double moon astrology, you know, thought, you know, with the idea that, like, you know, vibes just be off, yo.
Who do you think has been doing the bulk and the best funded ranked choice voting advocacy in terms of getting on ballots and getting it passed in the United States of America?
Progressive, third-party voters, independents, and, like, people like that.
Party voter.
I mean, what the fuck do you... Is that honestly, like, I mean, is that rhetorical?
Libertarian Party.
Yeah.
Because unlike the Green Party, I'm no like...
I mean, yeah, that's a part of the third party... Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Yeah, you want to know why in a little bit? It's because they're more funded, because they're basically just like, especially these days, like basically just like, you know, a funnel for these weirdos, you know, to just be voting Republican. Because, like, I mean, there's a lot of elements of the Libertarian Party that are, like, basically crypto-fascists and have a lot of fucking money, you know, backing them up. And essentially, because of that, you know, are able to have a little bit more sway, you know, when it comes to shit. Like, well, like, yeah, I mean, they're capitalists, you know, at the end of the day. Like, I mean, of course they're going to have, you know, a lot of this shit, you know, to be a little bit better funded for things like multi-ranked choice voting. It's the one tiny little thing that they happen to be right on, but, like, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're good. Like, I mean, what? It's like one good, you know, make the bad right or something? Like, because that's not how it works.
Fan of the Libertarian Party, but for obvious reasons, they were enormously better funded than the Green Party. And they, as a consequence, have been able to make much greater gains and actually getting ranked choice voting passed around the country. What I'm saying is that there's a tangible material benefit to getting more money for a Green Party, whatever third party happens to be, but right now all we have is the Green Party for obvious reasons. Getting them more money to do the work across the country to advance third parties, ranked choice voting rather, is exactly the goal that you're articulating. So yes, I do see a direct connection between
Why not both?
Your stated goal of getting ranked choice voting and voting for the Green Party. You know who's not going to fight for ranked choice voting? The Democratic Party.
Here's my point.
Yeah, because, that would break down the structural barriers that prevents them in the first place, and they don't want that because they're corporate shills and the status quo. Yeah, but in order to shift that, there's, you have to kind of, pressure them and also put people in place and usurp, some of the old guard, to do so. On top of that, solidify, third parties on more local municipal levels and shit like that. And also get multi-ranked choice voting. It's a multi-pronged approach. Dude, Crystal and Kyle are actually been, fucking knocking this shit out of the fucking park with this shit, honestly. That's what, especially with Crystal, this really solidified my idea that, whatever, takes I might potentially disagree with her, she's, on the right side of things at the end of the day. You know what I mean? She's genuinely someone that I can actually kind of respect. On the level like Kyle. Because, if anything, especially when I first discovered Kyle, I moved, more further to the left than even he is, at this point. Which is fine, but, I still respect and like him because he shaped the politics of where I'm at now. And he even recognized that. And there's a lot of people in his audience that feel the same way and still watch him. Like me. So it's he's, someone that's genuine with who he is. And it's in the fact that, they are just, laying down on this shit and, in their own way, especially in, for what's going on, are able to, kind of, advocate for, not just necessarily, this whole, vote Biden, whatever the fuck, but just kind of this whole broader issue with electoralism. It's good. They are nailing this shit, and I think, are certainly making a better point about this shit than Brianna is. And the thing is, there are certain elements about what Brianna's saying that I don't disagree with. That's the fucking thing. But she's not doing anything to actually, reach across the aisle or acknowledge where she might be wrong or acknowledge where Biden might be good. Or she's just stuck up in a certain way, and I think it's just because she's a fucking grifter.
There's not even a 1% chance or a 0.1% chance of Cornel West winning unless or until we get ranked choice voting. So I have to be honest, I feel like it's self-disenfranchisement to really put all your effort into third parties before we get ranked choice, putting the cart before the horse, in my opinion. That's my point. And on the issue of Democrats versus Republicans, we know either the Democrat or the Republican is going to win. And clearly we have a disagreement in terms of how good of a job Joe Biden is doing. Because like I said, I expected nothing of him, Brianna. I expected, this is the guy who brought us the Iraq War and the Patriot Act and NAFTA, and he's the poster child of the conservative Democrat and the neoliberal. But then he gets in office and he does all these things which shocked me. He massively reduced the drone war by over 90%. He, like I said, pulled out of Afghanistan. The Supreme Court...
With the drone war point, as far as I'm aware, it's just because, we stopped reporting on it for the most part. It has been reduced, but also at the same time, we don't report on it anymore because it gets such backlash, so... I feel like that one's a little up in the air, but, I'll grant Kyle the point.
The EPA's ability to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, and the Democrats slipped into the IRA a provision that redefines carbon as a pollutant, which then allows the EPA to start protecting the environment again. If we didn't get that, and yes, that was brought to us by Democrats, we would be beyond fucked on the issue of climate change. We still are, but we'd be even more fucked if the EPA couldn't do basic EPA stuff. We have project...
the whole... okay, that one... we're still pretty immensely fucked because Biden has been, a mixed bag of this. On one hand, he's, expanding certain climate efforts, but at the same time he's still expanding fracking and fossil fuel expenditure and stuff like that. That one's a mixed bag. That's kind of the one thing where he's not it's one of those things where nothing is fundamentally changing, but he's changed things a little bit, but nothing fundamentally. Nothing to where it's significant at all, one way or the other, which is really fucking annoying. Like, he basically bailed the Keystone Pipeline and, bailed on that and basically just did a bunch of tiny ones, to replace it. Like, I mean, he's done a lot when it comes to shit like that. So that one I feel like is a lot more of a mixed bag, which I don't think Breon's going to mention whatsoever, but, I mean, those are at least meritable criticisms of his. Or at least, they can be granted to him.
Agreements for hundreds of thousands of construction workers. That came to us from Biden. $15 minimum wage for federal contractors and employees. That's from Biden. Gun reform with red flag laws and closing the boyfriend loophole. Those are definitely good things. Ketanji Brown Jackson on the court. A George Floyd executive order to create a registry of abusive cops. We have the PACT Act, which is healthcare for veterans exposed to toxic burn pits, which every single Republican voted against. He added 800,000 manufacturing jobs. I didn't expect any of these things.
I mean, to be fair, that whole thing about the burn pit thing for vets and shit like that, I mean, that got a lot of sway because of Jon Stewart too. I mean, Joe Biden helped with it, but I think, Jon Stewart really kind of helped, put that more on the national limelight a little bit, which kind of helped put a little bit more pressure, to get that through. Not saying that Biden had nothing to do with that, obviously, but I mean, like, to be fair, the thing is, like, what I'm saying is, like, there's factors that lead to why some of these things happen. But, I mean, which is saying there's pressure that, has made Biden do these of these type of things. Like, whether it comes to EPA or when it comes to, like, the, burn pit protections for vets and shit like that. Like, all these other things, this is because there's pressure on him to do those things. Like, I mean, if you put pressure on someone who might be a Dem, whether you are a disenfranchised voter or a third-party voter or otherwise, or a Dem voter or whatever the fuck, putting pressure on, the administration and these politicians to enact on these things makes them more likely to do it. Especially when you have, more significant voices, like Jon Stewart, for example, when it came to the whole burn pit thing for vets and stuff like that. Like, when it comes to shit like that, that type of pressure has a lot of sway. And the more pressure they have there, the more likely they're going to be swayed to do those things. So, like, I mean, it's, like I said, it's a multi-pronged approach. Like, I mean, on one hand, having Biden versus Trump is certainly way fucking better, but the reason why, there's something, that you can probably have for him is because of the pressure that is put against him. And that is absolutely a fucking important thing in how his administration acts. Which I think in some parts why we, see what we got, because of the pressure to do shit. I mean, the more there is, this need to, like, hey, we should probably do some shit, the more likely they are going to do that, and the more likely that there would be, things to vote for, instead of just like, oh, we ain't them. We ain't the bad guy that's going to try to do a coup. It's like, we're going to keep things the same, but, we ain't, going to do a fast takeover, okay? We're just postponing that. It's like, it would be more than that. And that's good. Like, and there's so many different ways to do it. Like, I mean, that's what really annoys me about Breonna. She, like, wants to basically make it, like, my way or the highway, essentially. And force, Kyle and Crystal to basically just be, like, pitted up in this whole, like, two-way street highway that, she set up to be like, no, it's either this or not. And it is so fucking annoying.
I talk about Biden the way I do is because none of these things were on the menu and we got them. So now when I look at the fact it's either going to be Trump or Biden, a standard generic Republican or standard generic Democrat, the way I feel now versus the way I felt in the past is like, oh, this is definitely way better. If you asked me in 2019 or 2020, I'd be like, I don't know, man, flip a coin. 52% maybe a Democrat's a little bit better than a Republican. Now I'm looking at it like, it's not even close. One blows the other out of the water, and all I care about is the policy. And when we have all these policies, I mean, we have a 15% corporate minimum tax rate now. That is not something we had previously. You have corporations paying nothing in taxes, or they'd even get a negative tax rate, which is a subsidy effectively from the taxpayers. These things are not nothing. We have a 1% tax on stock buybacks.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like, there's still loopholes around with that shit where these companies and corporations and CEOs are probably still finding ways to circumnavigate that shit, but at least they have one less, hole to, jump through. But, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's other holes that they can go through. But it's certainly a step in the right direction. But, I mean, you know how these corporations and these executive fucking piece of shit work. Like, they always have, like, tax savings in, like, Ireland or, like, Monaco or wherever the fuck else and shit. And, Bahamas or whatever the fuck. So, they still have their ways. I mean, until we start addressing shit like that, we're not really going to see a very major significant change on shit like this. I mean, it's certainly a step in the right direction, but I mean, it's, you know, like I said, from like a lot of these other issues, like, you know, step in the right direction, you're kind of on that path, ruckety, broken, half, you know, functional wagon, but, you know, hey, you're making your way down the road a little bit, just got to keep making your way down further a little bit, you know, just got to keep making your way down the road, and, maybe repair the wagon, but, hey, you know, making your way, slowly but surely. The little broken wagon that could.
A wealthy tax cheese. Like, all these things are very good. They're objectively good. So do you agree that Biden is better than what we expected on the left?
Yeah. I mean, I'll admit that. I mean, like I said, you know, got a lot of work to do, but yeah.
You've already set your expectations on the ground, and it seems like he's surpassed your expectations. He has not surpassed mine.
Not really answering the question. Nice.
I don't know what you want me to say.
But he's not better than what you thought?
No,
That's
he's not better than what I thought he was.
Really?
No.
So you expected to be better than I did, for sure.
I expected him to... Well, I didn't really expect him to fulfill his campaign promises, but I'm not going to pat him on the back when he so flagrantly lied about them, no.
But let me ask you a related but different question. I mean,
what do you want from him? I mean, now I'm wondering what the fuck she expected from him. Like, you didn't expect anything from him, but, like, yet he had expectations that you had of him? What is it? See, this is why she's disingenuous, I feel like. I mean, this is bullshit.
to assess the difference between a Trump and a Biden. Acknowledging that, I mean, I think you would acknowledge it's not, Cornel West is not going to be president.
I'm going to be honest with you. If it's about convincing me how Brianna Joy Gray is going to vote, Brianna Joy Gray lives in D.C., is constructively disenfranchised, and Brianna Joy Gray also is sympathetic to accelerationist arguments. So I am not afraid of Trump, and I will never for the rest of my life, I don't care if I live in Pennsylvania, I don't care if I live in Georgia, vote out of fear. That's not who I am. That's not who I was raised. That's just me. And
You're not afraid of Trump? Considering that he tried to, like, incite his cultists to do a fucking coup and shit like that? Like, what? I mean, huh?
I am radical. I recognize I'm not telling anybody.
Oh yeah, it's so radical to not, like, you know, be afraid of Trump. I mean, look, I mean, to be fair, on a certain level, I'm not either. But, like, what he is capable of, I am, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's like, he's a fucking mishmouth fuck. Like, if I was in the same room with him, I would not be, like, you know, fearful of him or whatever. You know, like, if anything, I probably could overpower him. Like, you know, but, like, you know, it's just like, when it comes to what he's capable of, and what his intentions are, and what, like, you know, so many people have built up in their mind about who the fuck he is and shit when it comes to supporting him, that's a fucking danger, and that's what I fucking fear. So it's just like, I mean, does that not matter? Because it certainly does, at least to a certain degree. I mean, in fact, a pretty significant degree, I'd argue. Like, I mean, you can't just, like say, whatever, I don't give a fuck. I mean, especially as you as a black woman. I mean, honestly, I'm just going to be fucking blunt with that one. Like, I'm going to throw that card out there. Yeah, that's right. Because, like, I mean, what, you think Trump gives a... Like, what, you think, you know, any of his policies are going to do anything good for you? You think his supporters, you know, are going to, like, look at you and with open arms and be like, oh, well, hello. I mean, no. They would soon shoot you, like, before they even had a conversation with you. Like, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I mean, there's certainly an element about Trump that you should definitely be afraid of there. Like, I mean, come on. Like, this is why I think she's, you know, fucking a little sus, dude. I mean, she's smart enough to recognize this shit. Like, I mean, I don't think she's stupid. Like, so, I mean, it makes me wonder, like, what the fuck are her intentions if this is the case? Like, I mean, yeah, because I don't think she's that fucking dumb. So, what the fuck is your, you know, intentions here? What's your actual fucking agenda? Because this certainly is some bullshit. I mean, like, seriously, especially as the left is just radical. Like, you're not afraid of Trump and don't give a fuck one way or the other if you weren't, you know, if you won or not. That's concerning. Like, cause, I mean, I don't like Biden that much. I mean, there's plenty I criticize of him. I mean, there's certainly things that he's, you know, throwing curveballs and stuff like that for sure. But, like, at the end of the day, I mean, like, Trump is just, like, fucking worse. I mean, he just is. Like, the dude tried to do a fucking coup. Like, I mean, what the hell? He tried to do a fascist coup. Like, and you don't think he's gonna try again? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, come on. Like, you can say what you want, but, I mean, holy shit. It's not that fucking comparable. At this point. I mean, damn.
Like me, but that's who I am.
So, but just to get back to the question, I mean, do you acknowledge that Biden is better than Trump? I genuinely want to know, like, how do you assess? Do you see they're, like, roughly
I think
the
it depends on what
same?
metric they're using. There are people who will take everything that you just said
She's not answering, dude.
and say if Biden escalating in Ukraine the way he has been doing, missiles going off deeper, closer to Russia that are Western.
What? The fuck is going on here? Oops. Are you doing Russia simping? Is that what's happening here?
And the doomsday clock ticking down on World War III the way it has been done cancels out all of the meaningful gains that you just articulated so nicely. If it comes down to World War III versus that.
Oh my god, I think she kind of is. Oh my fuck. I don't know if she's intentionally doing that or not. I can't tell. But, she's basically like, is she implying that America's like somehow like directly involved in this? Because they're indirectly involved by sending munitions and stockpile equipment and blah, 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 blah. Like, I mean, which I don't even necessarily think is great. I don't like that. Like, I got my criticisms of that shit. But I don't think, like, saying fuck Ukraine is good either. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, no. Like, we should be, like, sending aid to them. Like, I'm not against that. I'm just kind of a little picky about that. But at the end of the day, I'm not against it. Like, I'm definitely in favor of that. I'm just a little more specific about how I think that should be done. Like, I don't think, sending, like, endless munitions and shit, is the way to do it. I mean, especially since, a lot of the, modern Western European powers seem to be building up, bulking up on that slack anyway. Sending a lot of their shit over there. So, I mean, like, there is really, in my opinion, much of a need for us to do that shit when a lot of their European partners are doing so. We can, have them focus on shit like that while we bulk up on infrastructural, humanitarian aid, medical aid, food, water, all that shit. Like, I mean, or, like send in, like, non-combatant, like, volunteers to go out there and maybe help rebuild places that have been recaptured or been bombed up a little bit and shit. Like, I mean, there's ways that we could legitimately help that I'd be totally fine with. But, like, I mean, the current way we're doing that, I have criticisms of. But besides that, I mean, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, fuck them and how dare Biden do that? It's like, I mean, it's just like how the paradigm is. Like, I mean, like, they're going to obviously be far more adamant about just sending guns and munitions and shit like that. They're not going to look at it for fundamentally humanitarian perspective. So, I mean, like, I don't know. It's one of those things, like, you're really just gonna, like, take that, about Biden and be like, well, fuck everything else? Is it? Because if that's the case, now I'm really starting to question what the fuck her intentions are.
Achievements that you just articulated. There were people that, with the hindsight of living in the nuclear holocaust, would say, well, I guess that Trump actually was a better president.
I don't want to
What? Okay, now I'm really, okay. Nah. No, that really started to solidify my suspicions here. Like, are you, like, I don't, like, what the fuck? Who's giving you paychecks? Who's giving you the paycheck out, when it comes to your salary? Who's giving you your salary, bitch? Like, what's going on here? Oh my god, this is a fucking perfect freeze frame, dude. That's a fucking great freeze frame. Oh my god.
World War III, though, I definitely think it's Trump. I definitely think it's Trump more likely to get us World War III.
Oh, no shit. Like, that dude's fucking insane.
I know it.
I mean, honestly, I thought he was gonna do that shit with fucking Korea, because if he was gonna, like, launch shit against them, then China was gonna do shit, and then, like, I honestly thought Trump was gonna do that, during the first fucking term. And then he did like some weird photo op in Singapore or some shit. I don't fucking know. Like he did a little weird thing with, you know, fucking Rocket Man, and suddenly things were good, I guess, or something. I don't know. Like, I mean, it's just like, I thought that show was gonna happen. Like, you know, like, oh shit, like, shit's gonna kick off because we fucked with North Korea. Oh no. Like, I mean, but it didn't. But at this point, considering there's already a fucking war going on that, like, we're already kind of, like, you know, being a part of, well, not directly, but, like, aiding, you know, when it comes to Ukraine, you know, its defense and shit. Like, and considering Trump and his very suspicious ties with fucking the Kremlin and business interests in Russia and shit, like, yeah, I wonder how that would work. Probably not good. I think that'd be fucking disastrous. So, yeah, bad. That'd be horrible. Like, Trump would certainly get us closer to that shit.
You disagree?
I want to know what you think. Do you think that that's accurate? Because to me, I look at the
we
record.
don't know until history happens what history is going to do. I wouldn't have expected that under Biden we would have gotten in the middle of this war with Ukraine and Russia. I would not. That was.
Well, you know what? You can use the same fucking logic for, you know, Biden, you know, throwing a curveball with the NLRB and the Higher Education Act and all sorts of shit, bitch. Like, I mean, what you like? I think Kyle and Chris are saying that. Like, you know, hey, you know, history, you know, in the future didn't tell us, you know, that Biden was going to do this shit, but here we are. And you're trying to say this, you know, for, like, the other way around? Huh?
Single card either.
Yeah, but we know that Trump was actually more hawkish towards Russia than
He built up on NATO's border.
Obama
He put
was.
troops
we
on
know
NATO's
what
border.
he did with Iran. We know he said he was
he
going to
did.
get on Afghanistan. Biden actually did it. So we can evaluate these two claims. We shouldn't believe anything that Donald Trump says about Ukraine.
A toxic. This is literally just a vote blue no matter who conversation.
Toxic gossip train. Oh no, my god, did she just fucking actually do that? So toxic. Oh my god, it's just all just a vote blue no matter who thing y'all doing. Oh my god, you know, fuck you. Oh my god.
No, it's a let's discuss the facts and how you weigh them conversation.
Here, how about this? Biden can be 10 times better than Trump. Let's concede that for the sake of argument. I'm not voting for him. And millions of other people feel the same way because it has absolutely nothing to do with that. I don't know how else to
Okay, so what?
express this to you guys. Kyle, it's not that there is a disinterest or a failure to recognize what are meaningful changes, but there is a realization that acknowledging gains when the possibility of what someone could be doing to help the population that elected them, when there's a huge gap there, it can be papered up by championing someone's accomplishments. And people are reluctant to give credit precisely because they think it will end the conversation about how much further people should be pushed. So it feels akin to saying Jeff Bezos was walking down the street and he gave a $5 to a homeless person.
It's not that.
What the fuck? That is not. Oh my god. No. What? It is not equivalent to that at all. The idea of, like, trying to do this whole, like, you know, approach of trying to, like, you know, get, you know, a broader leftist goal and shit is not, like, and having people, like, you know, Bernie, for example, or something, or, like, AOC be like, you know, like, or Biden, and being like, oh, what they're doing is, like, equivalent of, like, Bezos giving a $5 bill to you. It's, like, that's not even remote. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, she's fucking insane, dude. She's ridiculous. What the fucking what? What? Just like that nearly fucking gave me some whiplash. Holy shit. What? I mean, even Kyle, I like. Oh, dude, even he's sick of the shit. He's just like,
Aren't you?
Yep, dude. Yep, he is. Oh my god, dude. That's how I feel. Yep. Oh, that's how I feel. Oh, yep, that's how I feel.
And it's like, well, yeah, on some level, I'm glad the guy almost back can give his sandwich. But your framing of the student debt issue
is accurate. Yes.
Is precisely what.
Yeah, it kind of is.
It's not a problem. Look, I am actually discussing the facts that I learned through reading 1,000 articles on the case. Now, if I bring up those facts and it triggers some idiots into hating me, so be it. They can hate me all they want. The facts still matter.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I didn't expect him to.
What the fuck are you saying? Like, did everything that he, like, gish scalped you on earlier, like, did that just, like, go over your head? Like, he gave you a fuckload of them earlier. What are you talking about? Oh my god. She's purposely being obtuse, dude. She's genuinely not acting in good faith at all. She is a disingenuous fucking hack, dude. Oh my god.
He appealed the cases. I didn't expect him to do the Higher Education Act after the Supreme Court slapped it down. He did the Higher Education Act. I didn't expect him to do any of it, and he did it. And this is something that, if I said early on, Biden's going to do nothing on student loan debt, everybody on the left would have been like, you're right, he's going to do nothing. Now he does 5, 6 different things on it, and it's like people go, no, it doesn't count. I'm not saying what he's doing is perfect. Obviously, the best thing to do is to wipe it all out through executive order, and he has the authority to do that. That'd be the best thing to do. He didn't do that, but can we at least acknowledge the facts of what went down? And I see this rugged insistence. Honestly, it's like Biden derangement syndrome among some people on the left, and it's like Democrat derangement syndrome among some people on the left. The fact that we can't all agree very quickly that, well, obviously Democrats are not 10 times better than Republicans. They're 100 times better than Republicans. And even if you are somebody who's a purist and you're on the left, you can acknowledge a W in the instances you get it while still pushing for more. I mean, a perfect example is what's happening in Minnesota right now. Minnesota has a 1-seat Democrat majority. We got universal free school meals, legal weed, carbon-free electricity by 2040, tax rebates for the working class.
So I should mention this earlier. Like, yeah, like Minnesota, dude, they have like the 1-seat majority. They basically just enacted like pure like Stalinistic communism on the state, dude. Like they basically just like went full fucking ham. Like, you know, after the what was it, like the 2022 midterms, they're just like, hey, we got 1-seat majority. Time to go full fucking Marxist. I'm being hyperbolic, obviously, but like, I mean, you know, they like went with that 1-seat majority though. They're like, you know what? Let's just fucking like, you know, just fucking start pushing some shit. Like, because honestly, like I was saying from earlier, the Midwest Democrats are built different, dude. Like, I mean, there's like some remnant of that like old like FDR working class style Democrat, you know, that's in them and shit. That like, I mean, that's just kind of waiting to be unleashed. And when they have like, even that 1-seat majority, like in Minnesota, then they're just like, just go like fucking like Goku mode and shit. It's like, whoa, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Stalinist Goku.
$1,500 if you make under $150,000 a year. 12 weeks paid family leave. 12 weeks paid sick leave. They banned conversion therapy. They did red flag laws for guns. They did universal background checks for guns. They did automatic voter registration. Public free college if you make under 80K. A ban on PFAs, which is the forever chemicals. $2.2 billion increase in K-12 school funding. Sectoral bargaining for nursing home workers. These things are all not little wins. They are huge wins. And I still...
And they probably have like 1,000 tiny little mini wins, you know, sprinkled out for all the big ones too. Like little tiny details that are mixed in with all the big, you know, bills that they passed and shit. Like, guarantee it. Like, it's usually, like, when it comes to the big significant wins, there's always, like, a couple tiny little things here and there that are like, oh, shit, nice. You know, so I guarantee you for, like, every one big significant thing he'd get scowled with, but for substantive good reason, though. Like, there's at least probably, like, 10 tiny little, like, detailed good little things that... you know, are specific, but nonetheless, still good.
Insistence, like we're back in 2016 or something, where people are like, no, Democrats and Republicans are either equally bad or actually jujitsu move, Republicans are the lesser evil. And I think it's idiotic. It's doomerist. It's nihilist.
I think he was just referring to Jimmy Dore on that one. Oh, man, that must have left a stain on him.
People who are refusing to acknowledge reality, and they rather narrative pump all day talking about Democrats are so bad, Democrats are so bad, Democrats are so bad, but oh yeah, I'm a left.
Okay, he's definitely mentioned Jimmy. Are you gonna say anything there? She has nothing to say! Oh my god, the awkward silence. Wait, hold on. How long is this? Hold on, we gotta get the full, like, silence.
Democrats are so bad, Democrats are so bad, but oh yeah, I'm a leftist.
2, 3, 4,
Going
5,
back to the student debt.
6 seconds of just, like, sitting there, like... Oh my god. Ugh. Bruh.
It is kind of telling to me, Kyle, that you so quickly you injected your own low.
What? She has a different. Oh, okay, now I mean, not maybe I've watched too much of the true crime shit, but she has a way different like demeanor now. She's doing like the. I'm gonna be like your counselor now. Like, oh my god, she is so fucking disingenuous, dude. It's actually fucking really starting to get glaring. Like, I already kind of had suspicions going into this, you know, and kind of listening to it a little bit, you know, like, but, oh my fucking god, like, she is genuinely disingenuous as fuck.
Subjective, personal, and low expectations into the argument to say, well, because Joe Biden did more than I subjectively believed was possible, you're accusing me of minimizing the accomplishments. I think that you might be minimizing his failures.
Well, wait, like, I mean, no, he's not. And also, like, That's you are though. Like you are minimalizing his captions. That's what the fuck you're doing. Like how's that wrong when you what? That's what you're doing. Are you? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
To which that he knowingly, it seems, lied about what he was willing to do, and in fact, dramatically underachieved his campaign promises. And for you, that might be a hop, skip, and a jump.
I mean, maybe on certain issues, but he's also overachieved on others. So, I mean, oh my god, just admit you're fucking wrong. Holy fuck. Like, quit being tied to your audience that simps for you. Oh my fucking god. I guarantee you that's what it is, dude. She's like, grifted this audience, and now she feels like she has to be tied to whatever their fucking whims are, dude. I guarantee you that's what the fuck is going on, bro. Oh my god. Because when I first initially heard of her, like, because she was like a press secretary for Bernie at one point. And, like, for a while I thought she was like, okay, seems pretty cool. Like, one of the lesser known voices, you know, on the progressive left side of things. But, I mean, especially in the last, like, especially like 2020 onward, there's always been, like, odd, suspicious, like, things every now and then that would just, like, you know, just kind of, like, you know, raise a little, like, question mark in my mind. This, like, solidified that there's red flags on her. Not just question marks in my mind, but, like, red flags flaring up. Because, like, this is so fucking ridiculous.
Okay, but he did more than I expect. You're setting your expectations lower than the expectations that he set for the American public in the context of his campaign.
I just realized that Kyle has, like, the same shade of hair as the artificial brick wall that he has in the background.
I completely respect and appreciate that that doesn't bother you as much as it bothers me. I don't know if it's because I have experienced six-figure student debt. I don't know your life. I'm not trying to make any presumptions about it. I don't know if it's because I had a certain kind of life experiences, or that other people who kind of share my view have these kind of life experiences. But for millions of us, 44 million in fact, that kind of bait and switch is unforgivable when you recognize, as you have both recognized, that it was in his power to sign an executive order to deliver overwhelmingly for the people whose votes he needs right now. So the argument is not...
I mean, the thing is, did anyone, even like someone like Kyle or you or anybody, expect that from him? And of course he hasn't done that, because we don't expect that from him. I was actually kind of surprised he did, you know, as much as he did in the first place.
The argument is with the millions of Americans who feel betrayed by Joe Biden and his campaign promises. If we have a contract agreement for you to fix the hole in my roof and I give you $100, and you come into my house and instead you restage my living room and it looks beautiful, that simply wasn't the agreement. And so I have...
What type of fucking analogy is this? It's like, what? It's like, oh, if I contract someone to, like, you know, fix my roof, but they, like, renovate my living room, like, oh, well, it looks nice and it's great, but, bruh. What? That doesn't happen. Oh my god. That doesn't happen. I don't think that's ever happened before. Oh my god. What type of analogy is that? What world are you living in, woman?
I'm happy to acknowledge the furniture placement is gorgeous. I love the floral arrangements, but that's not what we bargained for. And if your desire is to push the Democratic Party left, you have to, because I just says all the time, the politics of fear. If you are more afraid of electing Trump than the Democratic Party is, you are never going to be able to exert any leverage on them at all. And I understand it's a risky position. I understand Trump getting reelected is scary. I understand that there are meaningful ways in which he's hurt real people in real ways.
Yeah, evidently don't give a fuck about that, do you? Because, yeah, a lot of those people happen to be, you know, the most marginalized in society. Like, you know, black people, probably. You know, queer people, trans people, etc. Like, immigrants. Like, I mean, like, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have been hurt very fucking significantly, you know, even now because of the repercussions of his fucking administration, you know, from 2016 to 2020. So, I mean, what yeah, what, you not give a fuck? Because, honestly, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, nothing about you says that you do. You don't give a shit one way or the other.
I understand all of that. And we just have a difference of opinion about what the priorities are. You said in that viral clip, Crystal, If your priority is reelecting the Democratic Party, then X, Y, and Z. And I think that was good that you said that because you articulated what the priority is for you.
No, that is not the priority for me. The policy is the priority for me, Bree. And I think you know that. And I think it's disingenuous
Ooh.
to say otherwise. But let me
Ooh. Get her. Get her.
It's just a quote
let me just say though,
Ooh. Dude, went for the jugular.
is it worth? I mean, I think you care a lot about the labor movement, right?
Sure.
So is it worth
No, you don't.
letting that baby be smothered in the crib in order to what? I mean, that's the piece that I don't understand. I understand all of your critique of Joe Biden. I think it's reasonable, okay? I actually am not as strong as Kyle in terms of the intentions on
more
the
of a
student
Biden
loan
bro than
debt,
she
right?
is, for sure. And she gets accused of being a bigger one than me, but that's a side point.
I actually kind of agree with that.
I understand your critiques of Joe Biden very well. Many of them, if not all of them, I basically share. What I don't understand is just simply a tactical question of how focusing on a third-party effort gets us towards the goals that we share. That's the piece that, to me, recent history proves it has the complete opposite effect, whereas we do see actual progress that is possible made through the Democratic primary process. And I know you accept that, like you're not a Marianne hater. I'm not putting that
No, I
on you
love
whatsoever.
Marianne.
But I don't understand how risking the reelection of Trump and allowing a Trump union-busting NLRB to quash what is the most hopeful thing happening in American politics, which is the labor movement. I don't understand how that moves us forward. Like, that just doesn't compute for me.
Well, for one, I'd say, and I don't mean
I mean, I don't disagree with any of that.
to at all minimize the value of this latest ruling, but
Man, it feels like this is going on for like 8,000 hours. I have this at 1.25 and it feels like forever. Holy shit.
have been heartened by the energy and the gains made by the labor movement prior to that over the last few years.
Which were enabled by the Biden NLRB. I mean, there were keys. The workers get all the, listen, they did the work. I'm not trying to take anything away from them. But there were key
Because they certainly did. And the NLRB has helped, maximize and solidify a lot of that work and efforts.
were made.
I mean, their incremental change that they've been doing has been helping solidify and bolster a lot of radicalization that's been going on the ground.
Rex organizing drive in particular, in the Amazon labor union drive as well, that enabled those workers to do their thing. That wouldn't happen under Trump.
It feels as though
Same with SAG after the WGA. Yeah, I mean, or the UAW. Yeah.
one, the question has been asked and answered several times. You don't agree with my priority.
No.
Yeah, evidently because you don't give a fuck. Oh my god. What is it even? I mean, she's kind of flip-flop like a fish on what the fuck that is. Like, wasn't it like student loan debt at one point? And now it's like, oh, the Ukraine thing, and now it's like, now what? Now what the fuck is it? Like, do you have like a concise priority?
I still don't understand it. And I may just be dense, but
I
explain again.
agree with Kyle that ranked choice voting is a priority.
Yeah.
I believe that getting the Green Party more powerful, getting them federal matching funds, enables them to join in the Libertarian Party, which has been the most successful advocate for ranked choice voting in the country, to continue to...
I don't really think the Green Party and Libertarian Party have any interests working together, and I don't want them to. So, red flag alert.
My vote for Joe Biden does nothing.
Sounds like a red-brown alliance, and I'm not exactly fond of that.
And what I think will be the ultimate path toward left victory in the United States, which is getting rid of the corporate duopoly. I don't see voting for Joe Biden as advancing that core...
Okay, it's not just as simple as doing that. That's one, fundamental root core of all that, but there's a lot of other factors that, play a role into doing that, and you're seeming to miss the whole point of how to do that. You're missing, 8,000 points of, the 10,000 that are needed. Okay, Jesus Christ.
At all.
So ranked choice voting is kind of I'm just trying to understand, is the end all be all. That's the number one priority. And so you would actually support the Libertarian Party, the American Constitution Party, the Forward Party, whatever, if it advanced that goal. And that's the priority over everything else. I'm just trying to understand.
Would I personally support an effort by any of those parties to advance ranked choice voting? Yeah, of course.
No, but would you support those parties? Because ranked choice voting is so important.
Why would I when I could vote for the Green Party that actually shares my ideals as well?
Well, I'm just trying to understand where your priorities lie. Is it you're basically a single issue voter and it's ranked choice voting?
Well, it's not a single issue. It's breaking the corporate duopoly. That's it.
That's a single issue. That's one, that's your one single issue, and, what, oh my god. That is a single, you just said it's not a single issue, and then you point out a single issue, which, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my fucking god, she's so fucking dense, holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, she's so frustrating. Oh my god.
Issue. I think that
She certainly deserves to, like I was saying from Libs from way earlier at the beginning, slap at the fish at the salmon. She deserves that. I want to get salmon, a nice big one, and just slap it around with the tail, just excessively.
for many people, they are very wary of validating what they see as a two-headed snake. And this comes back to your concern, Kyle, about people not willing to acknowledge these successes. I think that we all understand that there is a way that...
Which you don't! Like, you keep saying that, but you don't acknowledge any of it. You keep saying, like, like, you just let it go over your fucking head.
Off of each other. Democrats get to keep lowering the bar because the Republicans are worse. They both play these culture war games back and forth with each other, where at the end of the day...
Okay, you can't just keep saying this shit and, like, not offer anything as a counterintuitive to, like, try to pressure this shit. Like, because you're not. You're just saying, like, vote green no matter who, basically, and just, like, hope that people just do that, I guess? I mean, that's not how it fucking works. Like, I mean, I don't know what bubble you think you live in, but that ain't how it works, Chief. Like, that's not how things work in this fucking situation. I mean, oh my god. I mean, like I was saying from earlier, like, probably like 8,000 times, I'm probably beating it like a horse at this point. But you have to, like, adapt given the circumstances that you're in, when it comes to this, like, level of politics and shit. And sometimes, like... voting blue, so to speak, is probably the better option. Voting third party is better, depending on where you might fucking be. And at the end of the day, the practice to pressure the politicians, regardless of who the fuck they are, is one of the most important ultimate things, regardless. And that, so, oh my, either way. It's what I've been mentioning off and on with this bullshit, and Brianna just is like, purposely being fucking dense with this shit, and just thinks it has to be her way or the highway. Like, she cannot consider any other possibility or any other variables or any other, like, alternatives that isn't even saying fuck her idea or saying fuck that shit. It's just saying, hey, let's do what you're saying, but also this shit too. Like, because obviously as it currently stands, this current, path that you're saying my way to highway with is not the most feasible. But there's a way to make that the case, but you're not making that fucking case. So... step aside. What are you doing? Besides grifting people, like, of their fucking hard-earned money so you can, like, pay off your fucking triple-digit fucking, like, like, student loan debt from, what, Harvard or Yale or whatever the fuck you came from?
Because gay rights and trans rights and black rights and immigrant rights and all of these rights are on the line. And I said this in 2020 as well. It's not that those arguments aren't true. The question is, how do we ever disentangle ourselves from that? Because it's always going to be the case that some worser thing is coming down the pike precisely because we've enabled that to be the case. And many people, and I don't feel quite this way, but many people feel as though there is an energy suck that happens with even paying attention and voting in these general elections. I think that
you're part of it.
Your points about what's happened on the state level in Minnesota, et cetera, are much stronger. I know that, for example, Sabby Savage is always making the case that, don't forgo electoral politics, focus more on what's happening on the local level. And I think that is a perfectly reasonable argument to make as well. But
what, do you not agree with it? You just think it's reasonable? Disagreeable, but reasonable. Is that what you think?
I do think that there is a failure to recognize the extent to which there is a validation that takes place of the status quo, that people are trying to negotiate as they reckon with real gains that the Biden administration has effectuated.
Yeah, so let me respond to that. I don't want to validate the status quo as much as I want to acknowledge the positive things that exist and have happened recently, which I think is some evidence that in some ways, limited, but some ways, we are moving in a better direction. So let me share a point of agreement, because we've been arguing the whole time. It'd be nice to have a point of agreement real quick. If we did...
Good luck.
If we wake up tomorrow and there's ranked choice voting everywhere, I would be the biggest Green Party simp on the planet. I would be insufferable. I would basically spend...
I mean, hey, I don't disagree with that. I would be too, probably. Actually, not probably. I probably very likely would be. Or either that, or if there's, like, enough viability, maybe even like a socialist party or like a workers' party. But something like that. Yeah, pretty much.
The reason I don't do that is because we don't have ranked choice voting, and I do feel like the choice is effectively just down to a Democrat or Republican in the general election, whoever they may be. Now, having said that, I don't want to validate the status quo. I just want to let everybody know in some ways we are moving in a good direction. You brought up the state parties there. There are 6 states now that did free school meals for kids. And in some of those states, that's even breakfast and lunch. And people are not going to be surprised to hear this. Those are Democratic states. And you have the Republican Study Committee, which is basically 3/4 of the House GOP. They're pushing to ban any and all states from doing free school meals for kids. They released this in their priority.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that helps parents and mothers, once they give birth to the kids that they, want to ban abortions, for and shit. It's like, hey, those, people that don't want to be parents, well, guess what? Fuck you. You get to have, like, forced abortions or forced, births and shit. And, by the way, we're banning free school meals for your kids. So you have to pay out of pocket. So fuck you. You get punched for it. I mean, it's like, give me a fucking break. Honestly, like, I wouldn't necessarily be like, oh, well, if they were, like, absolutely, like, basically mandating, like, contraception, sex ed, like, and, like, free school lunches, stuff like that, and actually subsidize parents and, like, and children, I probably would be maybe okay-ish with, their whole weird, like, anti-abortion huckabaloo, but, I mean, they would actually have to fucking offer alternatives to be like, hey, you're gonna, buy an abortion up till a certain point, but as an alternative here, we're offering all this other shit. Like, but, hey, guess what? They never ever do that, do they? So, fuck their bullshit.
In here.
Oh, whoa, holy whoa.
We need 2 ways in here, so when it's
God, dude, you fucking scared the shit. Oh my.
You can go through the other way.
Fucking. Oh my god, dude. You snuck in here like a ninja. Don't do that to me. Dude, you freaked me.
Oh, and you never do that to me.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, alright, whatever. Yeah, well, hey, I got it for somebody, apparently. I mean. Dude, you actually did just start. You honestly legit startled me. I did not know you were oh my god. Dude, my heart rate up now. No, I didn't!
Zook up out of the way so I could.
Oh, look at that little bowl. I know, that little croissant over there. I mean, oh my god. Dude, I did not hear any of that. I just heard you and I just like, whoa, fuck, you're right there. I was like, holy shit. Oh my god, well, okay, I'm awake now a little bit.
I came out here to do something, I don't know what it was.
Startling my ass, apparently.
When I look at that, I feel like I try to hold the two thoughts in my mind at the same time. I want Cornel West to be president, but I also know that given how structurally deficient and biased the system is right now, it's not going to happen. So given that, yes, I would prefer, let me ask you this, because I feel like there's a better way to put it. Forget about voting. Voting's irrelevant, right? Let's just say it's election night 2024. It is all of our worst nightmare, Biden versus Trump. Not voting, but that night when you know it's going to be Biden or Trump winning, are you sitting there like, yeah, of course I would prefer Biden win over Trump?
Honestly,
it's like 50-50?
I don't care.
Okay.
Oh my god. I was hoping maybe she would just say, yeah. Like 50. I was hoping maybe she would just say that, but now she's like, I don't even care. Like, does that speak about her, like, does that say more about her more than anybody else? Where it's like, oh, this doesn't affect me, I don't give a shit. I just want to be able to pay off my student loans. I don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, oh my god. She's genuinely fucking entitled, ain't she? Like, I mean, for someone who, like, should understand about, like, what it is to be marginalized, she is really fucking entitled and privileged with how she's fucking speaking.
That's an answer.
Not
Look,
my party.
That's an answer. It's an answer.
Radical people are going to be very upset with me. I don't care. I don't care. That's
there will be people who agree with you. I don't think you.
I know.
Is that a trap? Oh my god,
They're my
whatever.
audience. And I've come to this position after talking with, I gotta say, I loved Colin. I'm sad that they're shutting it down. But part of the reason I loved it is because I would talk to people who were calling me. I would hear their doors dinging in the background because they were doing food delivery, or they're EMTs, or they're like, and if this gets characterized as a privileged position that you don't care who wins, Trump or Biden, my experience is the people who have been taking this position, this is
it is
just anecdotal, tend to be people at the lower end of the economic spectrum who do feel like their lives aren't meaningfully different under a Trump versus a Biden, and who would rather rock the boat and throw a monkey wrench in the machinery if there's even a fracture of a sliver of a chance that it has some outcome other than what we've been experiencing for their entire lives.
Fair enough. You gave a direct answer,
Yeah,
so I respect it.
The other thing I would say, though, because you said you're basically an accelerationist. Like,
don't give her that much credit, Kyle.
you think things need to get better in order for them to get worse.
I feel,
worse in order
given my
for them to
own
get better.
class privilege, I am reluctant to personally put those wheels into motion, but I very much respect particular.
Shouldn't that mean if you're like, more better off than anyone else, if you're funds and money and influence, shouldn't you be like, oh my god. Is this just kind of like an admission
people like I just was talking about who do feel that way. I think that's a legitimate perspective. I feel like it's not my place to say let's make the world burn because I'm going to be okay in either way. But I am open to that perspective.
Colors your view and how you approach these things and why you wouldn't really care whether it's Biden or Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the night of 2016. I don't know, how did you guys feel? I wasn't personally devastated.
So,
I felt
that's a great
so
question.
weirdly vindicated.
That's a very...
This is what we had been telling them.
Vindicated? Okay. Interesting words.
And the whole time.
So I agree with you completely about 2016, right? And I voted for Jill Stein in 2016. 2020, I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote for anybody. It was sort of like, no, seriously, I think they're roughly equal. I think Biden's around the edges better, but I thought he was going to be as conservative a president as he was a senator. So I was like, okay, whatever. But on the night of 2020, I was actually like, oh, for the love of God, I hope Trump loses. And, you know, it's because I see everything he did. I mean, look, I can run through all the bad things Biden did. That's my standard rant that I've been doing for a long time now. But when you look at Trump, I mean, I don't want to sidetrack the conversation here, but like the 91 felonies that he's charged with for defrauding the United States with fake electors and effectively trying to steal the election. Like, to me, I kind of agree with people who are like, on that alone, I mean, this is fucking crazy. We've never been here before. We're talking about the people.
Yeah, it's like a new fucking scenario, dude. Like, I mean, I certainly agree with Kyle on this one. I mean, it's just a whole new fucking ball game that we're playing with.
For power is genuinely in question now in a way that never was before.
Let me say, in terms of my view on Trump, the reason why I'm not even a little bit sympathetic towards the accelerationist view is, first of all, I just think, like, you know, things get worse. Sometimes they just get worse. And I think there's a real possibility that, you know, we go in rather than a leftist utopia, we go in the direction of like a fascist police state. I think that's a real possibility on the table. And if things get worse, I think that's probably more likely than the outcome we would like to see. But specifically on Trump, in some ways, the worst part of the Trump era has been not that it has created a divisive politics, because I believe in a divisive politics. It's just about where the divides should be. And he has made politics all about just how do you feel about the person of Donald Trump. And I think that has been
basically the whole MAGA cult and the cult of personality he surrounded himself with. Yeah. I mean, there might be, at this point, just for the sake of just like keeping this going, I mean, I have some nitpicks, but I mean, whatever.
Significant barrier in terms of making any of the arguments that we want to make for a different world and better policies, etc.
I mean, I don't really inherently disagree.
Because, yeah, you could say, oh, they'll just say Ron DeSantis or whoever is worse than Trump. But you got to acknowledge there is something a little special about the dude who's going to, like, do a January 6th and, like, you know, have an insurrection, etc. He's a particularly potent villain that is weaponized very effectively. And so it creates a divisive politics that is divided along all the wrong lines. So that's why I'm not sympathetic to the view that, like, oh, maybe if we elect Trump, somehow that'll make things better in an a process that's 3 years down the road or 3 decades down the road that no one can really explain. I'm not sympathetic to that because I've seen the way that Trump has made our politics worse in real time in a way that has not been beneficial.
Well, for one, I would
Nothing to disagree there.
say, to the extent that
Pretty
we
much
are
all
inching
agreeable.
closer to fascism as opposed to the socialist utopia, we got exactly here doing vote blue no matter who. So I don't think that any kind of concerted Green Party campaign or effort,
But that's not really
If we
true,
voted blue no
though.
matter who, Al Gore would have been president, we would have never had Bush, and Hillary would have beaten Trump. So vote blue no matter who would have been a whole bunch of
wait a minute.
standard milquetoast Democrats.
Okay, I feel like this just got thrown right off the rails. This is, oh my god. This is, it's way more complicated than that. Like, okay, oh my god, okay, the whole Al Gore thing was due to the whole Florida, and there's a whole fiasco about that shit. Like, I mean, but, oh my god, okay, this one's just way too fucking I'm just, okay, whatever.
Now you're making
whatever.
the argument that it's third-party spoilers' fault that Al Gore wasn't elected in 2000.
No.
No, oh my god, oh my god, you're putting words in, no, oh my god, okay, no, fuck off, no, that's not what, no.
I'm saying you accused the vote blue no matter who argument. I'm saying if people had quote unquote voted blue no matter who, Democrats would have won every election. That's the point I'm making.
Well,
the vote blue no matter who means everybody votes
So
Democrat.
for one, more registered Democrats in Florida voted for George Bush.
I know, I agree with
than
you.
they did Al Gore. Al Gore failed to win his own state.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with you on
So
that.
I'm struggling with the argument here. What does George? But then there's a
No, you just said we got where we are now
because.
because of vote blue no matter who. And the point I was making is, in a real quote-unquote vote blue no matter who, there would have been no Republicans elected if everybody votes Democrat. That's the point I'm making.
Vote blue no matter who doesn't mean everyone votes Democrat. Vote blue no matter who means the Democratic Party uses coercion and guilt to get people to vote for it instead of delivering on what polls demonstrate overwhelming majorities of Americans want, which is left.
Which I don't inherently disagree with that, but you threw the shit, like, you threw the wrench in this whole thing. Like, you threw this whole fucking, like, you know, thing like in a route where it just like is way more fucking complicated than just vote blue no matter who and shit. Like you're the one who fucking threw that fucking shit in there. So whatever.
That's what the pernicious nature of vote blue no matter who, is that it absolves the Democratic Party of having to look at polls that say 2/3 of Americans don't want Joe Biden to run because he's too old, that 88% of Democratic voters want Medicare for all, that 60% of Floridians, a state that went for Trump, wanted a $15 minimum wage. But Joe Biden, whose praises we've been singing a lot today, purposefully stripped on order of the parliamentarian from must-pass COVID legislation, so that one core promise that he made to Bernie, as Bernie dropped out after like 3 days of not being, endorsed after 3 days after dropping out, was immediately thrown under the bus.
But let me just to interject real quick, because I don't want you to get the misimpression that I'm not aware of the negative things around Joe Biden. He also said he was going to get back in the Iran agreement, did not get back in the Iran agreement. We're still terribly cooked to Saudi Arabia as a country as they do a genocide, where he's still sanctioning Afghanistan. He's super conservative on the border, almost to the point of being as extreme as Trump. He did the Willow Project. He didn't give us a public
No,
option.
he pretty much just is without the border wall.
He didn't give us $15 minimum wage. He didn't get the original Build Back Better through. He screwed the rail workers union, which is something you very potently covered. So I'm not here to pretend like Joe Biden only did good things. I'm trying to do, to the best of my ability, explain what I think are the facts on both sides of the equation. Here are the good things he did, here are the bad things he did, and then people can just make up their own mind as to how they want to proceed in a showdown between Trump or Biden, who they would prefer.
Do you think that Biden is better than Obama?
I'm open to that argument.
He just is. I mean, come on.
My fundamental, what purpose does that serve for me?
I think it's everything.
What do you mean? Oh my god. What do you mean? Like, if you're trying to say that, like, oh, well, you know, if somehow, like, you know, like, if you're trying to say that, like, oh, there's nothing good about Biden, then, well, what about Obama? Like, can you say something good about him and this and that? Do you think he was better? Like, I mean, it means a lot. What the fuck do you... Oh, my God.
Like, is the person going to do good things that move us in a better direction? Especially, you know, I brought up labor unions a million times, but for me, that's really central. Or are they not? And I guess my question for you is, because you were sort of like, all right, let's acknowledge, sure, let's say Biden's 10 times better than Trump. Like, how much better would he have to be before you're like, okay, it's not just lesser evil. It's not just vote blue no matter who. It's actually worth voting for this person.
He would have had to have done everything that he could have done.
So literally, like, no one ever, not even FDR, bro. Like, look, FDR did a fuckload of shit, but, like, he couldn't even do everything he wanted to do, okay? Like, oh my god, what does that even mean? That is such a cop-out answer, dude.
Even Bernie wouldn't have done everything he could have done, in my opinion.
Even in comparison...
What kind of statement is that?
I just think...
What do you mean? Okay. I'm done. Oh my god, whatever. Or sunk cost fallacy. Let's just get the last 6 minutes of this bitch. Oh my god, I'm done with this shit. Oh my god, dude, this is so dumb.
I'm not saying he has to fulfill miracles. I'm not saying he has to accomplish everything.
That's what you're saying. Oh my god, fuck you, whatever. Oh my god.
Everything he could have done.
You did a lot as president. You did a lot.
So this is the issue with Biden. Not that he didn't wave a wand and create Medicare for all, because we can all acknowledge that even if it were Bernie Sanders, that would have been an uphill battle. But what I choose to focus on my show, and what I really appreciate about reporting by people like David Sirota and The Lever, is that he exposes the gap between what these people have done and what was literally possible, either because of the nature of executive orders, whether it's walking us through the parliamentarian brouhaha and the $15 minimum wage, because so much of neoliberal democratic politics is obscuring that they really could have done things to make lives better for all of us behind the veneer of insidery Hill jargon, or the idea that the Republicans are the big baddies that couldn't allow us anything to pass. And I believe that my job is to cut through those narratives, to expose to the public that the Democratic Party is making choices. They're not just
he could have done Medicare.
In the football.
Actually, I'll go even further than you. I agree. He could have done Medicare for all with the stroke of a pen. And it was David Dayen over at the American Prospect who laid this out, who said basically, look, under a national emergency, you have the authority under Obamacare to basically do single payer health care. And they did it, I think, in Libby, Montana, because there was some issue there with health. So he had the ability to do it. So I agree with you. He could have done that. He didn't do that. The only point I was trying to make is that even with somebody like Bernie, I think there would be a little bit of a gap between what he says when he's on the podium and if he were to actually be president. I think a guy like Bernie would deliver on way more of the stuff that he says, because I think he's more honest among government officials. But certainly Biden, there's definitely going to be a gap there between what he says and what he would do. But to be fair, like I said before, I do think Biden kind of ran as a very, I mean, he wasn't as conservative as like Mike Bloomberg in the 2020 race, but he was pretty conservative. He was running as a pretty conservative Democrat, in my opinion.
Yeah, he was, but he still said, we're going to get a $15 minimum wage. We're going to cancel.
I'm not arguing with you. I don't know what you're I'm not
Oh
arguing.
my god. Dude, she is in debate bro mode now. She's just like not trying to like, purposely cause contention for no reason.
Conservative. What it sounds like you're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is a furtherance of you saying the bar was on the ground. He fulfilled my
To me, it
expectation.
was, yeah.
But what I'm telling
he surpassed my expectation.
But you fulfilled, surpassed, whatever. What I'm saying to you is that you have constructed a bar that's lower than Biden constructed for himself.
No, but I don't agree with that. I was going based off of his commentary at the time.
He literally said and ran on
Nothing will
$2,000
fundamentally
check.
change.
Nothing will
That's what you're
fundamentally
on.
change. It's true. Come on. I understand what you're saying.
sorry,
There are some
I'm sorry.
examples to the opposite. I agree with you.
Did he not run on a $15 minimum wage? Yes or no?
He definitely did.
Did he run on canceling all student debt? Yes
Wait,
or no?
we're not
Yeah, see,
making
that
an
I'm not sure
argument.
I mean, yeah, no, he didn't do that. No. He ran on $50 minimum wage. He didn't run on the other thing. No. And also, he ran on nothing will fundamentally change. So, I mean, it's all making sense. Oh, God, Sam here. What the fuck is this? What is this even? Get out of here. Go. Fuck you.
He literally
I
did.
thought it was 10,000.
But hold on, we're not even
$10,000
we're not even arguing.
for all people under
Yeah, I thought it was
We're not
that.
arguing with you
Yeah, I'm not
that
trying to
you
argue with you
couldn't
right
have done
now.
more,
We
or
were
that you
arguing earlier, not now.
fulfilled every promise or whatever.
Okay, so-
But what I want to get from you though
Okay,
is,
Kyle, it's just, y'all are arguing. You're just trying to stop it, which I don't blame you. But y'all are nailing it, though. I mean, you're all like, putting her feet to the fire. I like it.
how you see your role as independent media. And you said you see it as exposing the gap between like the Democratic Party neoliberal rhetoric and what they actually deliver.
What they could deliver.
What they could deliver. And I do plenty of that as well. And, we feature the lever reporting a lot on Breaking Points, etc. But when does it become not just you're exposing the gap, but you're actually presenting a dishonest impression of the Biden administration if the positive things that do happen don't get any acknowledgement or coverage?
For one, I think that there is a multi-billion-dollar liberal media sphere whose job it is.
And who your
They
audience
don't talk
doesn't
about
trust.
these things. They don't talk
Who
about
your
these
audience
things.
doesn't trust.
That
too.
is not my fault. I have a bunch of poor people giving me $5 a month to give them something that they can't get with their cable subscription. I'm sorry, it is not my job. People are not paying me.
Like, I mean, hey, if you're a commentator on politics shit, it is kind of your fucking job. Like, sorry, but it is. Like, oh, sorry, it's not my job to, like, basically get people facts about things. Like, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, it kind of is, bitch.
The bulk of their minimum wage salary.
No.
To
Bree,
have them
Bree,
have
I'm
me
not-
tell them what a great job Biden did
But
somewhere.
listen, I'm not attacking. I just genuinely want to understand your view. So you
Also, the
feel
media
like
doesn't talk about the good things I mentioned Biden do. Like, nobody talks about those.
you feel like
Nobody brings those up.
is this your representative of your view? The media doesn't talk about these failings of Democrats, and so they can get the good stuff about Democrats somewhere else. I'm going to just focus on the negative things, the places where they fall short. I mean, is that so? You would acknowledge that if people are just consuming, for example, your podcast, that they're not getting the complete picture of what's going on.
I think that anybody consuming any one news source, particularly an independent journalist who puts out 1 hour episodes twice a week.
Oh, but you do write
many
things
of men-
too.
many
You
of
do
which-
plenty of content.
Well, sure.
She's not answering this either. It's like, obviously, like, people aren't going to get the accurate picture about things.
I mean, they're certainly not getting full news if they're watching Rising. But
You really just going to take a fucking jab at her? You going to take a jab at Crystal?
before in terms of picking topics.
Really?
No, like the episode I'm going to record later today is about AI. It's a niche subject. It's not a news show. So I don't quite understand what the takeaway is from that. Of course, I'm offering what my goal is to offer to fill in the holes in what I perceive to be in the media at large.
So I understand that.
Which the media at large is the news media, and if you're trying to be an alternative to that, then what are you then?
Is that used to be much closer to my perspective. And I have shifted my thinking because I feel like when I only covered basically like Democratic Party sucks, this is their failures, et cetera, it began to create a misleading impression that the Republicans are better, that the Democrats never do anything good. And so it has caused me to reevaluate some of the coverage decisions that I would have made in the past. So this is not to...
Dang, nice. A little like emission of introspection and shit. Man, like this just kind of solidified that Crystal's just like I said from earlier, like gotten a lot of respect out of me.
Cover whatever the hell you want to
it's
cover.
interesting because
But I just wanted to understand the lens you were bringing to it because I think that makes a difference in terms of like what stories you would include and the things that you would focus
well, I think
on.
that might be true if you also aren't covering that Republicans are bad. which I do as well. When it's
Do you?
relevant, and especially when it's a coverage of why Republicans are bad that are different than what the mainstream media is doing. So, for example, I just had an exchange on my last episode about this because my guests seem to be largely unaware of the legitimacy of the claims in the Georgia indictment against Trump. And there is a section of the left which takes the position that, well, Trump isn't the real problem and the media is unfair to Trump and Trump derangement syndrome is what it is with Rachel Maddow and that. So I'm just not going to listen to any of those kind of arguments. I just don't care.
Right.
And I mean, like, I don't care about as much as many, many other things, and I think it takes up too much energy. But I also need people to understand that it wasn't just a 1-6 thing. It was this conspiracy to overturn the election that people should take seriously. So, and we cover those things as they come up. The trucker, whatever it is that comes up. We did a whole Tucker Carlson series last summer. Like,
The trucker, the blah, 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 whatever.
Obama's gay. Did you know that?
Obama's gay. Did you know? It's just random abruption, too. Okay. That it. Wow. Well, Breonna Joy-Grace cringe. Like, that was just generally insufferable of how disingenuous and just, like, fucking bad faith she is. Like, good lord, dude. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, like, I don't even necessarily disagree with, like, some of the points she's making, but the fact that, like I said, she's just, like, doing so to, like, funnel a lot of that energy for nefarious fucking purposes, for a fucking paycheck, basically, is just so fucking ridiculous and bullshit, dude. I mean, and just shows how much of a fucking grifter that she really is. Man, that is just sad. You know what also sad? The fact that Obama was secretly gay this entire time. But, you know what? I'll call it good for the rest of the evening. As much as last bowl. And it is the 420 mark on the stream. So, I think it's a nice little bow to wrap things up with. After that gauntlet. Ugh. Anywho, peace out, and of course, I should be back around for that next one, so, to buckaroos, and I think, for our next thing we can react to, it will be a little something fun for next time. I have an idea. So, see y'all